that again. Good morning. Today is Saturday, August the 8th, and the board retreat is now called to order. It is 8:02 a.m. All board members are present, as are our student advisors. Second Vice Chair Guzman Ortiz, will you read the land acknowledgement this morning?
Hello? Here we go. We are gathered today on the land of the Kalapuya, who are represented by the Confederated Tribes of the Grand Ronde and the Confederated Tribes of the Siletz Indians. The relationship between the Kalapuya people and this land continues unbroken to this day, and we offer gratitude for the land and for the generations present and past who have stewarded the land since time immemorial. We respectfully acknowledge and honor past, present, and future Native American and Indigenous students and staff of Salem-Keizer Public Schools. We invite you to join us in honoring these ancestral grounds and celebrating the resilience and strength of all Native American and Indigenous people.
Thank you. Let's rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Well, welcome everyone, and thank you for coming on this bright and sunny Saturday morning. It is nice that the smoke is clearing a little bit. This annual retreat, I've really been looking forward to our annual retreat because I really believe that this has the opportunity to help us really set the stage for how we work together this next year. So I'm just so appreciative for everybody coming together, spending and taking time. Thank you, staff and everybody who made this day possible. I know a lot of thought and intention has gone into the conversations, the important topics that we have today, and I know that it's been curated in a way that we will have some productive time together. And thank you too to our facilitators for joining us for this year as well. It's nice to have you back, so thank you. And at this time, I would like to turn things over to Superintendent Castaneda, who will get started with some introductions.
Thank you. Is this a button mic or a no button mic? No button mic, okay. Here, we'll try this. How's that? Or this? Really close. Okay.
I know that this one will reach.
Get very close to you to get very close. All right, how's this? No? How's this?
Gotta love technology.
Hello.
All right. Well, while we probably do continue to tech check a little bit, I will go ahead and kick us off. I do just want to second Lisa's comments about the importance of today. We only get to do this twice a year. And I think that there are a few things that make our retreat time special. One of them is a small but meaningful thing, which is we get to sit in a circle and see each other and have conversation that is less regimented, but is just as important and rigorous. And so for the agenda today, we have brought to the center of this room some very important topics that matter greatly to our community, but also that matter greatly to your leadership as a governing board. So I am actually just going to mostly take time to reintroduce our facilitators. We get to see them twice a year as well. And so most of you, but not all of you, know Mike Scott and Erika Lopez. I want to give you a chance to say good morning, say hello, and then I will introduce Shauna.
Good morning, everybody. I'm super happy to be here today. And as well, I was thinking about the weather as well this morning. I was like, okay, this is perfect. That means that we're in here and get to enjoy each other even though it's nice outside. That means that this is really important for everybody here. Thank you.
I have the opportunity to work with Erica quite a bit and have always been thankful of the leadership that she has shown on our board and the fact that we can take some of these ideas and spread them around. So looking forward to working with you all today.
And then I would also like to introduce Shauna Tomini, and you'll hear more from Shauna later, but I just want to share the reason that she's with us today. First, it's an act of, I think, profound community and personal generosity. Shauna is on the Corvallis School Board, which went through a round of school closures very recently. And she is joining us today to share some of what she learned in that process, to be a professional colleague and a listening ear as you start a journey that she has already concluded, and is going to be here to share some of that experience, but also answer questions that you might have board member to board member about an important and sometimes difficult process. Shauna, if there's anything you'd like to add.
Thank you so much for having me and welcoming me this morning. As Andrea shared, I'm here in hopes of being helpful for you. Going through this process is, you said, a process that's already concluded, and it really is ongoing. Consolidation, making a decision and making a vote to close schools, in particular schools, is just one piece of a long-term consolidation process that now we have a lot of things right now that we're hopeful about, that we're excited about, that programs that have been restored or even are being brought in new because of that consolidation of resources. And there's still a lot of grief in our community and a lot of work around community building, community engagement, and rebuilding trust where it's been broken as well. So I'm hoping to be helpful and sharing from some of our experiences in hopes that that might support you.
Oh, I do have one more. I think I might have one more slide. While we pull up the deck for today, in addition to the introductions, I also just want to tee up our goals for today. So we'll do a round of introductions and welcomes, then we'll go through our three big topics. As we do it, these are the goals and outcomes that we are aspiring to. So first, on the left, it is something that I know you all value because you tell me about it all year, which is this is the chance to deepen relationships and understanding of each other and strengthen the way that the board governs with compassion and courage, but also a lot of honesty and ability to work together to accomplish hard things. So that is identifying strengths and growth areas and developing specific action plans for the things that you want to be, the areas in which you want to be stronger. And as always, we'll continue to work on the policy governance capacity in the room. It is our ability across everyone in this table to use policy governance well that will make policy governance the tool that all of Salem-Keizer deserves. And then a few things that are more specific outcomes. You will complete a first discussion about the policy tools related to school closures. You will not have a product at the end of the day, but you will have had almost 2 hours to talk about and work on the matter of the policy framework that will sit behind the decisions that come. And then you will do a first read of a draft of a new executive limitation on school safety. On both of these two items, what we're looking for is clear, actionable feedback. And to the degree that there is emerging consensus around that feedback, that's what we then take back and use to craft our own work. All right, now I think I really am handing it off to you guys.
Well, good morning, everybody, again. I'm going to try to lean a little bit. The first thing, before we get started today, I wanted to just point you to one document that you should have on your desk, which is this 11 by 17 page. I talked to each one of you one-on-one, And there was actually a really good suggestion and feedback around having a tracker for today and just kind of following along what is going on, what are we achieving and completing today, and also having an opportunity to take notes for you all. So this sheet is for you to use. Nobody's going to read it or collect it. It's for your own personal notes. But it also has some guidance of things that we're going to be walking through later, so you can use this to take notes throughout the day. And the second thing that I'm going to kick us off with is during our calls, I asked you to bring something to do a show and tell, something from home for our board of directors and our student reps. So we're going to go around and you're all going to share what you brought from your show and tell, and then we'll start our next item. So why don't we start first? Do you want to start this side? Okay. Yeah, we'll just go around.
If Chris is watching, I may have brought something in that might trigger something, right? But so when I was in college, I took a geology class, and I absolutely loved it. And I went to school at Indiana University, so I'm in the Midwest, very flat, and not only learned about our geology stuff, but we really studied Oregon a lot. And I thought, that is the coolest place. They've got volcanoes, they've got lava flows, they've got the ocean, they've got faults, they've got all the things. So I moved to Oregon. Not really just because of the geology class. There might have been some person involved in that. But so particularly when we were first married, we had our rock hammers, and we would take our geology guide of Oregon and travel all around and just take in the natural beauty, which was absolutely incredible. And we haven't done it in a while, so this has inspired me to get back outside and do some geology kind of things. And then fun fact, my daughter actually, who is a Salem-Keizer graduate, also went into college, and she has a degree in geology. So that's a fun fact. But I think why I really like and thought about it specifically for today was because our environment, all the rocks, all the things that make up our Earth have been around for so incredibly long, and it's because of the science behind them that things sort of stick together. And so I was really sort of thinking about it from a policy governance point of view. We're really setting up how we want to be and what we look like, and doing that for the long term. So that is my show and tell.
Thank you. Thank
And
you,
it's
Lisa.
really fun to hold my hammer. Yeah, I could use it as a gavel.
Jennifer?
First one is my Mickey. I've had this since I was, I don't know, 3 years old.
Oh my
It's been with me, and my Mickey's been with me ever since I was 3 years old. My apartments, teenager years, throughout everything. I have a kind of a funny story when it comes to this. That when I was a little tiny girl, no more than 3, we were headed to my grandparents' house by Roseburg. And it was during the winter, and it was at night, and I realized I didn't have my Mickey. And I started crying, bloody, screaming murder. And so my parents had to turn around and go all the way back to Salem, to get me to shut up. Anyway, so this has been with me my entire life. That's very important to me. And then the other thing I brought is, speaking of my parents, my mother. My mother always wanted a watch, and she finally got it towards her last year. But then towards the last, she got so skinny, she couldn't wear it anymore, kept falling off. So she gave it to me. So this is the last thing my mom gave me.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Jennifer.
Okay. This probably won't surprise you.
this probably doesn't surprise anyone that this is what I brought, but this is not the fiddle that I play every day. This is the fiddle that I started to learn to play. And before I could really play it, I would take it to concerts and ask people on stage to sign it. And it took a lot of courage to, carry a, gun-sized case into a full concert area, but most of the time I got away with it. Nobody noticed. And then when the show was over, I would weasel my way down to the front of the stage and ask the musicians to sign it. As you can see, I don't know if the camera can pick it up very well, but a lot of people have signed it. And there's a lot of really important musicians on here to me, but the most important one is this one up at the top. So I went to a Lyle Lovett concert just before the pandemic hit. It was like a week before. I didn't even know if I was going to be able to go at that time. And so I went because I thought I kind of had a hunch it might be my last chance to go to a concert for a while. And I wiggled my way down after the show and asked the fiddle player named Luke Bulla to sign it. I didn't know who he was at the time. That was the first time I'd met him or knew who he was. But I followed him on social media afterwards. And then, the next week the pandemic hits and all of these tours just stopped. And on social media, Luke put out a call for students. And I thought, oh man, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take. So I wrote to him and asked to become a student, and he answered back. And so for the last almost 4 years now, I've taken lessons from Luke. And he invited me into the fiddle world and fiddle family, and now I go to contests and compete and even MC contests. And it was just, who knew? I would have never guessed 6 years ago that interaction would have put me where I am now. So that's my fiddle story, and this is what's behind it. I don't play it anymore, but I did learn on it. You can see the cheat things on the neck where you learn to put your fingers. And now it just hangs on my wall and looks pretty and reminds me that you can do anything you want to if you want to do it bad enough. And I did. So that's my show and tell.
Thanks, Mel.
That's cool. Thanks for sharing. So for me, I thought about a lot of different things. I was reflecting on Salem-Keizer's quote, learning for a lifetime, actually. So I was going to bring my shirt, and you're wearing it today, and thanks. So the reflection of that reminded me, thought of lots of things. A style of learning that I attached to in my quiet time as a child. I loved to pick up a dictionary. So my mom always said when I asked her, hey, what does that mean? Whichever, go look it up. And I loved the picture dictionaries because I'd spend hours in there because I'd go to research the one word, and then I'd see all these different things, and what's that? And have to connect and compare. And so it reminds me of the importance and the uniqueness of our policy board in setting such a vital role in shaping our community, our entire culture. We get to decide at this level what we want our next generation to look like. And then the importance of the representation of each of our individuality, because we are representing all of these students and families. And that just touches my heart so deeply. I'll always be grateful for being honored to be in this position. Then I had this book, and I was like thinking of, culture, and as we evolve with different things and meld what we hold dear to hold on to, different pieces of our culture as a community moving forward. And the effectiveness of that, there's a postcard that we had from someone from California last month, and that just represents the level of the impact of what we're producing here in our community. First, mine was a tool, because again, it reminds me of just teaching our kids practical skills, self-reliance, and learning by doing. So thank you all for spending time here.
Thanks, Chrissy.
Sorry I had more than one, it kind of goes together.
Good morning, everyone. Just so happy to be here with you all. I'm gonna make eye contact with every single one. Just kidding. This was. I always find the show and tell activity hard. I'm a purger by over the last couple years, so I just like to get rid of things. Actually, last night I was just have my kids sifting through pens and literally testing every pen out, and we get rid of what doesn't work, and what we don't like, we put in a baggie and we don't, like, so it's sometimes hard for me because I think I carry a lot of the stuff in my mind and in my heart. And I was on my run this morning, I was still thinking, what am I gonna bring? And as I remembered, I always think back to the first show and tell experience I had in elementary school. And to that show and tell experience, I brought it was a little embroidered piece with this same embroidery, which is at Tenango, from the state of Hidalgo, which is where my family is from, and it is a community called Tenango de Doria. It is about an hour and a half away. And I brought that to that first show and tell because it was something that sat around in my house, and my dad would bring these from Mexico, these little embroidered pieces, and I didn't quite understand what they were or what they meant or why he loved them. I kind of thought they're mismatched, Dad. Like the colors don't match, the characters, they're not even real animals, they're these creative mythical creatures. And with time, I came to understand the meaning behind, again, there is a creativity that this community in Hidalgo has leaned into for their embroidery. And over the last 10 or so years, it's become really popular. You find it printed everywhere else, but it was embroidery that I grew up with at home, and that at that time, it was really important for my dad to share with us. And I think about it, and I wear it with a lot of pride because it was my dad always just bringing little pieces of home back from Mexico, back to our house, and sharing that, and sometimes perhaps not having the language to say this is what it means, or this is for you to keep, and this is for you to share. But I find now that it is, for me, just really grounding, and it is something I share with my kids. My kids are very aware about the culture behind the Tenango embroidery and that work, and now I get to see it represented really worldwide. It is something that is in so many homes these days. But that is what I have to share with you, just a memory from my first show and tell experience, and then this piece of clothing that I cherish really deeply this was from the first time I got to go to that pueblo in Hidalgo and get to see the embroidery happening in the local community and get to see just such beautiful, unique pieces. So I wear it with a lot of care and a lot of pride, and I'm honored to share with you all.
Thank you, Karina.
Okay. Hello. The show and tell I brought is my outdoor school student leader lanyard. So my forest name is Firefly, and I've been a student leader twice. And the reason I chose this name is something a kind of mindset I like to have when I am just going through the world is put more light into the world than was there before. Like even kind of you can see on the design of this, there's a lot of darkness in the background, but there's also the little lights of the fireflies. So I kind of think of that metaphorically too. Try to, even when there's a lot of struggle or hard problems or hate or things like that, you have to kind of make connections and add a little bit more love and happiness to the world than what was there before. Even if it's really hard, when we come together, we can illuminate spaces and really make change. So, and also like when I did outdoor school, the connections I made with new people, other student leaders, and then other kids. At outdoor school, we have a bead trade thing, which you can see different bead clips on the lanyard. And so at the end of the week, the student leaders, we get to give beads to the 6th graders in our cabin and other cabins. And then we also get beads from the other student leaders. So it's a good visual representation of all the connections you get to make in a week. And that's something I find really important. It's often, especially in today's society, it's really easy to isolate yourself. But when we come together, we can really create great things and inspire the future. So yeah.
Thank you, Julie.
So for me, I brought a few Legos, um, up, up characters, cause it's my favorite movie. I grew up like watching it. I grew up like watching it a lot. Like I would watch it like with my little cousins and stuff. Which the thing about Legos for me is I grew up with Legos. And my old school, my elementary at Oswego, like each time we would finish our work, my elementary teacher, like she would always let us play with Legos and stuff. Like that would be our little reward for like locking in this classroom pretty much. So we would just like get like our little time to play with Legos. And in general, I just like making stuff. I used to have like a box of like Legos, because as you know, Legos, if they fall, they break. So I would just use me and my brother and my cousins who would just use our imaginations to just create anything that comes up to mind. So in general, I just like Legos because, well, you can create, you can be creative. You can use like little pieces that are like from other sets that are broken, and create something of your own with your imagination. So I like being creative in general, and yeah.
Thank you, Alex. My son was very much into Legos, and I know the pain of stepping on a Lego. Yes. So with that, we're gonna move into our first, oh, sorry. I forgot over here. I didn't look back here. Go ahead, Cynthia.
Good morning. I want to speak to a person who is no longer with us, but has been very, very responsible for my success in this district. In 1997, when I was hired, she was the director of secondary ed, Kathleen Hanneman. 3 months after being here, I was diagnosed with 4-stage breast cancer. When you move to a district, you don't get to bring all of your sick days with you. I had plenty of sick days in my other districts, but I couldn't bring them with me. She rallied for me, got sick days donated to me so that I could survive during that time. When I was hired as the assistant principal of McKay, which was during that time, within my second year, I called and I told her I cannot work with this principal anymore. I said, if you don't get me out of here, I'm gonna kill him. I did say that. I did say that. And she got me out of there and placed me in another school where I had a great mentor who helped me to be successful. 20 years later, I became the director of equity. And I'm like, oh my God, I don't know what I'm gonna do with this job. And I hadn't seen her or talked to her in years. All of a sudden, I get a telephone call. Cynthia, we need to have dinner or lunch. I said, okay. She made the arrangements, I met with her. And she just encouraged me, But most importantly, she gave me a black angel. And on that angel, it says, believe, believe. With her encouragement, I have continued the last 29 years to believe that we can do anything that we need to do. And I want to encourage everyone in this room that the tasks that are before us are possible, and we can do it. He didn't say it would be easy. He didn't say we wouldn't have challenges. He didn't say we wouldn't have struggles. But what he did say was he'd be with us and make sure we could accomplish whatever it is we need to do, especially for the students of our district. So believe.
Thank you, Cynthia. Satya?
Thank you very much, Chair. Oh, sorry. Well, I am an old man. You have to forgive me. I forget sometimes. In 2016, I went to India in April. And you can imagine it's a pretty hot day. I went to this place where close to 2,500 years ago, a prince sat under a tree and became Buddha. It's a place called Bodh Gaya. So it was very hot. It was like 112, 115 in the afternoon. So I was just resting there. And there were a couple of people, when you go and visit any such place, pilgrimage in India, there are also people who are sitting and panhandling, and that's all part of the thing. So the group of pilgrims were kind of going around the tree. They're probably from China or someplace, I suppose. I couldn't understand their language. They're chanting and going around the tree. So they were they always give some little bit of money or something as a charity to the panhandlers and people who are sitting there. So I was sitting there under the tree. So someone thought I was also one of the panhandlers, and he gave me a 10 rupee note. That's the currency. My first thought was, what do they think they are? They're like, I'm not a panhandler, I'm a physician, and this and that. I'm from America. And then, obviously, you don't go and pick a fight with somebody. So then I just sat with that thought. And then another thought came to me. Actually, there's no difference between me and the person who's sitting in panhandling. I could be here one day, I could be there, or that person could have been there one day and here. And there is humanity in both of us, and we really have to look at that. And then I stayed with that thought. I still kind of said, that's something for me to think about. And then the next thought came was, who am I to interfere with their practice? The practice of generosity or their prayer or whatever their version. So really let them practice what they are. So, a lot of people have different souvenirs or something they buy. I've been carrying this since 2016, April, in my wallet as a way to remind myself, just to kind of ground me. And it also really made me kind of question and kind of think about, this is, after all, diversity and inclusion. I have to be able to look past the person and look at the true humanity in each other. And that has served me very well. And this is an Indian currency. I'm going to pass it on just because I want you all to look at the denomination written in so many languages. And really, my parents have both passed on, and I spent more adult life outside India than in India. So when I kind of miss home, I just kind of try to read. I can't read all of them. Between me and my wife, we speak 8 languages or 9 languages, but I speak 5. But I can read and write only in 3. The remaining 2, I am technically illiterate because I can't read and write. There's a window when you don't read and learn how to read and write. After that, your brain is, I guess, locked. So I just look at this. I think of my fond memories of childhood, and also that experience. It kind of helped me see, how can I see the humanity in each other, and how can I kind of set aside my judgment. And so this is a little souvenir, I guess, from the place called Bodh Gaya. That's where a prince who sat and then became what we all know as Buddha. So those days, that kingdom used to kind of cross across international boundaries. So he was born in what is modern-day Nepal. So I went to that place. But this is in the Indian side. I also visited the place where he finally lays down and dies. And that's called Kushinagar. That's also a place. So this is my 2016. So it really helped me. When I think of my mom and dad, I look at this, then I kind of think of my own childhood. But more important than that, just reading the language itself, it's almost like emotionally refueling, Karina, when you're saying what that embroidery represents. That's how, for me, these letters, scripts represent that kind of emotional refueling, I call it. So thank you.
Thank
I'll
you,
just pass
Satya.
this on, and you can see how different languages are there. Some of them are very ancient languages, over 2,000 years old languages, and still people have the script that's used, and people speak. They're totally different languages. It's a separate script. I can't understand all of them.
Thank you so much. Okay, I'm going to hand it over to Mike, and we're going to get into your board self-assessment.
All right, thank you. Love the opportunity to hear the items that you brought in, why they're important to you. And just to focus on the students for 1 second here. When they're talking about illuminating a space or being the light in the world or taking broken pieces and making something, productive out of it, I think back to my years in high school, and I was just worried about getting to Enchanted Forest for my next shift on the shoe slide. And so this is incredibly impressive, the way that you approach things. So thank you for being here, to the students in particular. Okay, we're going to go over, we have two different assessments that we're going to be talking about today, or two different pieces of information that you all have provided as we do this today. And before we dive into the data a little bit, I want to just talk about what our goal is around looking at this data. And the first thing we're going to do is we're going to look at some of the internal dynamics of the board and how those internal dynamics can play into a very successful year, tackling some challenging things as we look forward to another year, and just what are the concrete steps necessary for the board to continue to grow and to do the important work that the community has charged them with doing. So we're going to be doing that. And it's not just going to be reflection today. We're going to be talking about what are the next steps that we need to take, what are some of the specific actions as board members you can take to make sure the year goes smoothly, and what support do you need from staff along the way. So our goal here is our goal today is not just to leave here with a nice idea of what the data said, but with a focus on some of the stronger habits that we can build in order to make the year go productively. Okay. All right. Yeah, let's go ahead one more. Okay, let me talk about the self-assessment a little bit. So I know that's a little bit hard to read, but you can see that some of the areas there where there has been a lot of success is when it comes to, and honestly, as we looked at this and compared it to last year, there weren't a lot of differences. There was a lot of similarities in the data that was shown there. And so when we never want to pass up an opportunity to do a little bit of celebrating and understanding and to vocalize where some of the bright spots are in the work that you're doing. And the strongest areas that came out had to do with individual conduct, ethics, confidentiality, understanding the chain of command, high personal standards and professionalism for you all as individuals. And so those were kind of the areas where there was the strongest celebration points. There was also, when you look at areas where there's opportunity for growth, the opportunity there is that there's often the practice of avoiding conflict when there's an opportunity for a really productive discussion or to engage in a very meaningful way. There's a lot of apparent importance placed on adults being kind to each other and respectful to each other and nice to each other, which we're all in favor of that, by the way. There's nothing wrong with any of that. We don't, though, want it to get in the way of a productive conversation that's going to move the board and the district forward. So definitely a growth opportunity there. We know that if we are always looking at avoiding conflict, then we're never going to get to that productive discussion that we need. We never want courtesy to really stop the conversation that needs to happen. So in a nutshell, those are the patterns that we saw in the board assessment. And then Erica had the opportunity to have a conversation with you all one-on-one. And so she's going to highlight just a quick few things about what she noticed as patterns.
Thanks, Mike. I think we have Yeah, so some of the things that you can notice on there was definitely overlapping with what came out in the assessment. Specifically, I just want to call out this because we're going to get into how we're going to coach around these things as well later today. But one of the items was making sure that everybody has equal airtime, and that's really something that we want to state up front and not, consistently try to manage quietly, but really be at the forefront that if you don't tend to speak up, that you make an effort to speak up a little bit more, make your opinion heard so that everybody can see each other's thoughts and opinions. And if you speak more, that you allow others to go first so that you can have the ability for everybody to have that equal airtime. So that was something that came up a lot in our one-on-one calls. Also about being able to bring topics together to the table from the start, and having that opportunity, like Mike stated earlier, to have those really meaningful discussions here in these spaces that you share together. And then the tracker was something that came up as a suggestion, so we brought something for you to have for the day. And then also closing the loop when there's consensus build or things that are agreed upon, that you have next steps that are visible and that are able to be tracked and then come back and follow it up on. So that was something that came up as well. So from both the one-on-ones and the self-assessment, this is what we're going to grab today.
All right, so if we combine those two things, the self-assessment and the one-on-one conversations, there's 3 areas that emerged as patterns throughout both of those conversations and assessments. So the first one is transparent communication and constructive conflict, and specifically, how do we shift away from being conflict avoidant into having productive conversations that need to happen to move the district forward. So that was the first pattern that emerged. The second one, equitable participation in airtime, and there were comments made during the one-on-one calls that we kind of along the lines of, hey, this has been talked about before, kind of we've talked about this behind the scenes before, so what kind of guardrails can we put in place and what kind of structures can we put in place to make sure that this is actually happening? And if we see it happening, it's interrupted in a respectful way and in a way that people can count on, and it doesn't feel so much like a correction as opposed to a tool that's being used. So that was the second one, equitable participation in airtime. And then the third one was accountability and action and action follow through. There's been times it sounds like that we have a retreat or there's a conversation with board and there's some agreements made of what's going to happen, or there's a belief that agreements were made, and the hope was from conversations with the board and in the assessment that it's very obvious about what's going to happen next after a discussion. So basically, it's pretty explicit what the next steps are, who's going to do that, and what the timeline is. And if we could focus on those 3 things and make those areas of improvement for the year, then the likelihood of a very productive year really goes way up. Okay? So when you hear those 3 things, transparent communication, constructive conflict, equitable participation in airtime, accountability and action follow through, as you just think in your head about the assessment you did and the conversation that you had with Erica, do those hit home for you? Do those sound like areas that either you talked about or as the board as a whole, areas that would be beneficial for us to focus on today? Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Like we're going to say no, drop everything and change it all. I can say it if you want me to. I was just making a little side joke, as if we say no, and then you're like, oh my gosh, I just told
gotcha.
all of today's studies on this. Thank you.
That's right. I should rethink my question. That's good. What if they said no? Okay, so we are going to do a little bit of small group work today, and because there's been a pattern of these types of thoughts over the last couple years in the self-assessments and conversations we've had in the past, we're going to move through this fairly quickly, and we're going to divide you into 3 groups, and you are going to take one of those, and would you go ahead and advance the slide one? Okay. We're going to ask you to, one more slide, please. No, back one, sorry. Okay, we'll go with that one. Okay, so what we're going to ask you to do is in your groups, we're going to ask you, there's going to be 2 questions that we want you to answer, and that will be on the slide, the next one back, actually. There it is. It'll be on that slide. There's 2 questions for you to answer. And then specifically what we're going to ask you to do is grab a piece of chart paper, and we're going to give you some time, and we're going to ask you to list what are the action steps that board members can take to meet this goal. If group number 1 is dealing with constructive conflict and public debate, what is it that the board members can do in order to take action that's going to help with that? And we're going to give you an opportunity, because we know that cabinet and staff and superintendent, those folks are always helping to facilitate and provide structures that are going to be helpful. We're also going to ask you to brainstorm some actions that staff can take that would be helpful for you to meet that goal. Okay? So 2 questions. You're gonna have to look kind of closely at that screen up there. Okay. Yeah. Great. It's in your handout. So 2 questions, think about those, and then after you've had a chance to think about those, brainstorm 3 action steps on each side of the chart, 1 that board members can do, 1 that staff can do, and in about 10 minutes, I'm going to stop you and ask you to identify on your chart the highest leverage next step or action step that could be taken that the board could engage in. Okay, so we're going to start with some thinking, some brainstorming, then we're going to narrow it down, and then you're going to report out to the rest of the board. We're going to get consensus on next steps, and then we'll move forward. Any questions on the process?
Do you mind repeating the 2 questions?
Right behind you on the screen, and it's on your, it's also on your handout. Okay? All right, everyone see the group they're in? All right, grab a piece of chart paper and a pen, and go ahead and get started. We'll call you back in about 10 minutes. What's our target?
You just have to get closer on. Doesn't pick up a whole lot.
Oh, yeah. The cast iron is always a good time. Okay, we've got 1 minute left. If you could identify the highest leverage action step that you could take to meet this, that would be great. And we'll have you come on back. Oops, sorry. I know it's so small. That's good. I mean, it's translation. You're over 40. There's no way. I'm 42. Never rotten friend. It was such a little thing, but it was. All right, if we can come on back. If you could be prepared just to present your number one thing, maybe a little of what you talked about, but your number one action step that we could take. Some good modeling. Okay. Oh, yeah. So maybe we need one presenter. Okay, if we could, we'll go ahead and present here. So what we're going to look for in the presentation is, and we'll start with the group accountability and action follow-through. So that was Cynthia and friends, okay? We'll start with just wanted to say your name out loud, so in case, so you'd be ready, or someone in the group. And so we're looking for just no more than 30 seconds or a minute of just what you talked about, and then highlight for us the number one action step that could be taken to work towards this goal.
Okay, it's working. So me and Cynthia and Jennifer tackled this question, and what some of the things that came up in our conversation was we can't always assume that everyone has the same institutional knowledge. Our board is mixed up of longtime educators. We're a pretty diverse group as far as our backgrounds and our professions and what we do, and so when something's important to us, it may be for a really good reason that other board members may not know about or have a perspective to see it from. And so we, I can't really read it from here, but we can't assume. We have to ask, and we have to look for. And then also, when we share our idea or our conviction or something that we want to have happen, really state the reasons why it's important to us, and give those things that we have in common that we don't know about quite yet to materialize, and for us to see them. If I talk about something that's really important to me, chances are, for some similar reasons, it's also important to some of you. We just don't know what those reasons are yet. So building that room for us to find more of what we have in common and why, and turn that into momentum to create real change and real progress. And then also, as we talk about what's important to us, sometimes we just talk about it and then leave it. And then, well, that did, my mind didn't go anywhere. I'm not speaking me directly. I'm just trying to kind of hypothetically. That's the word I was looking for. But really work for the consensus within the group. Don't just say this is how I feel. Ask others how they feel directly. Give them a chance to directly respond, and then open up that area for us to close gaps in finding, this is personally for me, is I think we all have way more in common than we know, or than we realize and acknowledge. And I think that if we start to, our group thought that if we start to really use that process and open it up, then it's going to make future things, it's going to build a base for future things to be that much easier. So I think that the one thing, the most important thing, and we didn't talk about this as a group, so I'm just going to call it, I think is the number one, just assuming that we all know, or all, just stop assuming and start asking, really. I think that's what it all boils down to for us.
Thing we talked about was a lot of people don't feel comfortable speaking in front of everybody else.
Yes, thank you.
We need more opportunities to write, like we did with the budget process, to write questions and send them in.
Okay, so when we hear some of what they had to say, we also want to land this with the entire board so that we don't walk away from here not knowing what the next steps are. So that would be really unfortunate. So we heard about communicate the importance of the item that's being talked about, make sure that the rest of the board understands why it's important to the folks that are most passionate about it, as well as the rest of the group. Capitalize on the momentum that exists within that discussion, and not miss that moment to identify those next steps. So when we think about what really specific and practical next steps we would take on this item, is it around things like literally call out, here's our next steps, and here's the timeline on that? Or is there something different that the group wanted to share, but in terms of an action item or a tool?
Yeah, I think the easiest one, the lowest hanging fruit that Cynthia mentioned would be, just like we do with the budget process, we know what we're going to talk about on the budget, so submit your questions now, and we can craft our presentation towards those questions. I think we could do that with our agendas. Maybe if when we as a board receive the agenda and we have questions about this item, or we're going to present something, if I had an item that I worked really hard to get put on the agenda, I would want to know, it would be more helpful for me to know ahead of time what people are wondering about it, so that I could craft my presentation and how I'm going to talk about it around what people have already identified as important areas for me to talk about, rather than just guessing what's important or using my reasons that are important, which may not be somebody else's.
All right, thank you. And I had to differentiate the input opportunities and do that in advance. I think that's what you were getting at, Cynthia. Is there clarity after the discussion's done about what happens next? So if we say all the ideas that we just said here, and we do a good job generating input, is there clarity then on what happens next? Is that ever an issue? It felt like that's what was coming up in the assessment and in the one-on-one phone calls, but I don't want to assume.
Can you hear me? Yeah, there's still some lack of clarity because, I may say something and I may even give a reason why I think this way, that I can still bring my own bias into it. So, and I really would like to get an input from people who may dissent, what they think, am I making sense? Is there any gaps? And I also want to understand how, let's say, Director Fuller is approaching this issue, or Vice Chair Richardson is approaching this issue, so that I can also say, aha, this is kind of fills in. And it also allows community members who may have different perspective on how to reach that goal will feel that they have been heard, they have been essentially we validated their concerns and approach. pretty much all of us will agree on the end result. The real difference is on the process of reaching that end result is where one may think this is the only way, another one will think this is the way, or they may think this is the way because they're afraid somehow that position may not succeed.
Okay, that's helpful. That's helpful clarification.
And this has to be in public domain.
Yeah.
Even if we send a question, public should know that these questions you sent ahead of time, so, because otherwise, why have public meeting?
Right. Thank you. So is the board in agreement on that? It's not so much the follow-through once everyone's been decided, but it's the process by which information is gathered. It's making sure there's dissenting opinions that are shared. Is that the bigger issue? Just want to make sure we're hitting this one.
I feel like sometimes I feel like there's not the follow through. However, and I know we've talked about this multiple times, the pre-submittal of questions, and I think it's nice because it collectively combines all of these things as far as getting more voices out there. Because people that, for who knows what reason, there can be a huge list of reasons why people don't ask a question or speak up at the time, but it kind of is accountability check as far as giving thought to each thing from each particular individual, but also they don't have to bring it up then, because during if this is the style that it were to play out, is that during those finance meetings, then it's the district that says, hey, we got this question, they read it aloud, and then they give their thoughtful answer, which is wonderful, because I feel in that scope, we've actually missed less follow-up. We have more full, complete answers than the other. It's like, okay, we had that conversation, that's nice. And there might even be, as you mentioned, a follow-up, hey, this is what you can expect next. But sometimes I lose the next, where it went and what happened to it. We're always, constantly things coming up, and it's always the new most important thing. And so it's so hard to fit all of that in, because we have to give everything as much honorable time spent to make these big decisions as possible. And so it's kind of like we do have to utilize every minute the most effectively and efficiently for the community's sake, the whole reason why we're here in the first place, as much as possible. Does that answer make sense?
That's very helpful. So kind of my takeaway, and we can move on to our next one, but as Eric and I are doing some follow-up and drafting these ideas, one of the two big takeaways, let's be really mindful of the process and making sure that there's opportunities for input that works for everybody. And let's be more explicit about what the next steps are and just nail those down. Please.
Really quick? Yeah, thanks. We spend not very much time in this room together. Really, in the grand scope of our daily lives, we don't spend that much time in here with each other. But we spend all of this time out in the community. And for me, it's a challenge to really condense that time in the community and the things that I hear when I talk to community members and I'm inside the schools. It's hard. It's a challenge to condense all of that into something that I feel I can effectively leverage in a 2-hour meeting twice a month. It's a challenge. So I have to be, listening to what you say, how do we give everything equal time? That's a decision I think we have to make ourselves in what we choose to bring and how we bring it forward. And if it doesn't work and it's something that's really important to you, I keep trying. I think that I hate the term the squeaky wheel gets the grease. But if something's really important to you, keep at it, keep bringing it. I'm never against helping people with an idea, move it forward if they feel passionate about it and they feel strongly about it. That's why we're here. So that's...
Yeah, definitely a job of the board is to be an advocate for those things that are important. Yeah. Also then to understand when the board has made their decision and then to move from there. Yeah. But so that's something we could definitely work on as well. Okay, I'm going to move us on here unless this is really short.
I personally, I would like to see during the public board meeting, we have a very good pool of information from different perspectives so that we can make informed, effective decisions based on almost like 360 degrees. So if we don't understand each other, where we are coming from, we are not going to have that. It may be majority has voted a certain way, And the second piece is we really need, even after the vote, an internal commitment from all sections of our community and board, etc. We may not have to agree, but we need commitment to understand, okay, this is how. So when people feel heard, then in the community and everywhere else, there's a better buy-in. That's another reason why I feel some of this discussion may look like a conflict, but that is necessary by design in order to have the best policy. Am I making sense?
You are. Thank you. Yep. Yeah, group number 2, equitable participation in airtime. Is that? They were 2, so number 1? Okay. Go, if you're ready to, who's ready to go? There we go.
All right.
Number 2.
Yeah. All right, so I'm going to just sort of set a little bit of framework, and then I'm going to turn things over to Jolie, and then we'll kind of round it all out. So we spent a fair amount of time talking about sort of what are we observing, which I think was really helpful for all of us to really think through what from each of our different perspectives are we observing. And I really want to appreciate group number 1, or whatever your number was. That conversation, I think, was really helpful, and it really did lend itself into what we were talking about. And, you know, we talked about really wanting to make sure that all different voices were heard, and that we all have a really strong desire to do that, and also the real need for making sure that we really are making space to do that. And we did come up with a few different ways that we are thinking that would be helpful for us to adopt. So Jolie's going to go through our first suggestions. Thank you, Jolie. It does.
You need portable mics. Okay. Okay, so for question 1, we had what guardrails do we need so no single voice overshadows the group. So some ideas we talked about was we have the 2-minute limit in place right now, but we were talking about maybe doing a 2-minute warning when someone is talking, and then at 3 minutes cut them off or ask them to quickly finish their thought. And I understand that it's easy sometimes. It's really hard to be concise with some topics, and it's easy to bring in a lot of things, but really trying to only add what is relevant, or and then another thing we talked about was maybe having a poster or paper with discussion prompt questions at the dais with that promote our discussions, like kind of like the tracker we have today with some of the checklist things, but like, for example, questions like, is what I'm adding productive, or am I adding a new perspective, so that when everyone's talking, it's not just repeating the same thing in different wording, but really adding new things. Do you want me to read question 2, or do you?
Well, a question 2, just in terms of timing, there I think are some very specific things that we can do that we talked about as being, could help move the conversation along. We certainly have the policies in place already for the 2-minute piece, which we could exercise that. And as chair, I am committing to using ways to involve each board member, and kind of maybe looking, you know, each side of the room, making sure that we're going in order, and making sure that we are hearing each of the voices. The other piece that I really want to do is, or that we talked about, what could be helpful to this group, is to parse things out and making sure that we're asking for comments. You know, are there questions for staff or clarity that is needed? Are there different observations that you have from your point of view? And, you know, provide those ways for us to engage in some healthy dialogue, because I think that is what we have missed in terms of having just different people speaking, we really need to come and bring it together and not just sort of this parallel play. So those were some things that we talked about as wanting us to bring forward into the room.
People that weren't in group number 2, other ideas that you would like to see on this particular topic?
So just really quick, because we're going to try to keep ours to the 30 seconds, 1 minute. It's so tough because now we're back in the other boat when we were talking about, hey, how do we not cut people off and get all the voices heard? I get confused, honestly and personally, with the time that we allow, and we allot for our meeting 6 to 9, but we're always on this really tight time frame, it seems like, and there's an urgency to stop and be quiet. The problem with the questions, and I think the elaborations, what you might be mentioning now, is because of the response and feedback. Seems like, oh, we don't understand what you're saying. So then there's a need, it seems, to clarify and expand on it. And so, yeah, it's funny because ours kind of is opposite of that a little bit. So, but that's good. So if we just, I mean, even if I had an answer to as a board member, do we get the 6 to 9 time if it were to lead to that, or is there a time frame? Because we get the agenda, but it doesn't say how much time we're actually allotted for each, but it seems that it's obvious to the chair that there is a time frame. So knowing that would help me a lot. Thank you.
Cynthia, were you going to? We thought we saw you lean forward. So, okay.
I leaned forward.
Okay.
I think being the chair and trying to process the time and all of that you need something like we have for public comment, where there's a count, the clock counts down, and everybody can visibly see where you are in your presentation and how much time you have left.
Oh, that's nice. Okay, so takeaways on this one. 2 ideas seem to come to the forefront. One is the chair is going to use structures structures that's going to help each board member efficiently weigh in on issues. So we don't get stuck on one board member or people feel like they don't have the opportunity to contribute. And then the other one is to clarify the time allotment for each topic, so that helps board members understand either the urgency or why we're moving on. Those would be 2 things. Any other ideas?
Scott. So there is already a policy of 2 minutes. In the second round, 2 minutes. So that's like 4 minutes you get as a board director. So chair is probably going to go around. So if you really see, there are 9 of us, right? I mean, 7, 8, 9. So 9 times 4. So I would really ask that during the action items, that much time is kept aside. Because in some boards, they rubber stamp everything and then go. So that is not helpful for anybody. So then we can proportionally. Otherwise, if you keep the action item so small, it almost feels like you're squeezing in and there is no healthy discussion. So that is my ask when we do anything like this, is make sure there's 9 of us times 4 minutes at least, and then a little bit of breathing time for chair to kind of move from one side of the head to the other side.
Thank you. Please.
On that, I just want to clarify. Wow, I feel like I'm at a press conference. I want to clarify that you are talking about that for major action items, because we do not have enough time in our board meetings to build that amount of discussion in for every action item. I think that over the course of a year, we all can pretty easily identify the things that actually are so significant in terms of policy making or decision making that there's 2 full sweeps. We can work hard on that if that feels like it's the right step forward.
I just want to respond. See, there are some first readings that you want to build in some time. And then when it comes to voting, that may be a way to kind of, okay, we can narrow it down. But someplace there has to be a public discussion in front of the public. That is how I envision the public meeting should be. Otherwise, people are going to think that we are making some hallway decisions or backroom decisions and coming and rubber stamping. It defeats the purpose of having a public meeting and the way it should ideally be run. So
Yeah, I think that we're in agreement on that. I just want to say that for the purposes of clarity, because we're talking about action steps, we're talking about items of significance, and that's a good addition. We actually are pretty much in the practice of doing that when it's a first read, because that is the point of a first read is public, like open public discussion. We are going to have to exercise thoughtful discretion in agenda timing, and I just want to make sure that everybody understands that that discretion means we can't give 40 minutes for everything or most things on the agenda, or we will have all-day board meetings.
yeah, I like that idea. And also when you have the time, you can yield if you are not going to discuss the time back to the chair and let chair can use it. Or if somebody's like, I ask that we don't interrupt each other during that time and let the chair be the one to say. Or then if somebody interrupts, then you give that time, extra time for the person to kind of finish the thought. It can be having a dissenting view or any different ideas. It's all right. This is the place to have the pool of different ideas in the public meeting. So that way we respect that 4 minutes one way or other.
All right, I'm going to move us forward here. We're going to cut a little bit into your break because Eric has got to set the stage, but there'll still be a decent break. We do need to hear from group number 1, transparent communication and constructive conflict.
We're going to be efficient. All right, so the first part of the question was around why do we stay courteously quiet in public and how do we make space for productive debate was the second part. So on that first part, just to cue it up, and Director Christy Hudson is going to share on the why. We think this is important to share with folks, at least within our small work and small group, and perhaps there are other reasons for others in terms of why we refrain from that direct conflict. And there's the shyness, there's some of that, you're in a public meeting, you're in front of the mic, you're in front of the camera, there can be it can feel a little intimidating, to the fear of being misunderstood, of saying something that is not gonna land as you mean it, and that feels scary as well. Kind of going back to the last 2 conversations we've had here around allowing others time. There are some folks that take up a lot of time, sometimes it feels like, or there are voices that we haven't heard yet, and so we stay quiet to allow others, and then that leaves us without having the opportunity to ask our questions or share our opinions. And I just echo what Director Hudson said earlier around kind of that time rush, right? Feeling like we're rushed for time. So those are some of the foundational components that we were able to extract around why we refrain from that conflict.
So I'd really like to read the 4 of the next steps so that everyone can hear that can't see. We were asked to choose one most specific as we understood, and active and respectful listening, facial expressions, eye contact, that kind of encourages us to, if interpreted, to confidently continue our sentence instead of drifting off, oh, this person gave me a sideways look, they're not interpreting, now I have to elaborate, or all the things. So again, that actually brings me back to the questions ahead of time. You're right, that helps. I know we can't mandate that, but at least opening up is an invite, and I know, again, we've talked about it. I'm so sorry. I was going to try to talk slow for you. The time frame, if we do end up, I don't know what that's going to look like for follow-up and follow-through, get to add that to the agenda of the time that we have for each thing. I'm wondering if that will be posted on the public agenda, because the audience is in our family too, and we don't usually get to have an audience at our Sleepy Time Board retreats, and we do today. And so again, the point of us being here is for them, and so I'm really curious actually what their feedback is. I did see, at least, I don't want to put them on the spot, but some head nodding as far as the time that we speak. So perhaps even a clarification of, Andrea, what you had just said. Hey, what if maybe not the agenda items, but the most important agenda items? Does that seem like at least something, or does anyone care to? Again, spot. Is it okay? I can't? Okay.
Let's
That's
hold
okay.
off on that. We're already a little behind. So let's just limit it to our board here.
So did we meet your requirement, or do you need us to elaborate?
The 4 on there. So the first one, we talked about time already. Active and respectful listening, of just asking all board members to be mindful of facial expressions while others are talking, and to make eye contact with possible. Sometimes folks feel that they are not being listened to. Listening with curiosity. This one's really, we would highlight this one as really important as others are sharing, for everybody to listen with curiosity rather than, being ready to defend or respond. And that's also important, saying what you mean, as in being clear. Sometimes I would say that those expressions are questions or confusion, and so really asking for board members to be clear about what it is that they're asking or what it is that they're saying. Mean what you say. Say what you mean and mean what you say.
Again, trying to capture what our next steps are going to be. So the respectful listening, be mindful of body language. Those would be good reminders for everybody. The other thing I wrote down is that if you don't have clarity with what the person's saying, to feel free to ask that. There's no judgment there. It's really just seeking to understand. And then I think if we add in that piece about making sure that we have mechanisms in place to invite all board members' opinions and comments, then we would likely be getting at the shifting away from avoiding conflict and instead building structures and expectations around it. Anything else to add to that one? Please.
I'll add this on behalf of, me, but also I think the staff. What would be very helpful to us, it goes back to something that Karina just said, which is if there is something that you need to say because you hold a strong opinion, please say that clearly. And if you have a question of the staff, please ask that clearly. Because what sometimes happens to us is that the two end up melting together, and we don't actually know that a question was asked of us or that there was a follow-up request, because it sort of becomes a bit of a combination of maybe it's a story plus a question plus a concern. You can help us be better at helping you if you can parse those things succinctly and clearly for us.
Thank you, Superintendent. And actually, I bit my tongue on number 2 here earlier around equitable participation time, thinking about this too. For me, it would be really helpful, and maybe for others, if we could split conversation in one round of questions and then a round of discussion, because sometimes these just overlap and it gets messy. So if we could be very clear about everybody getting clarity on what their questions are, and then we can move into either discussion, or if we have an opinion to share, then that is very explicitly separated.
Mine's kind of on the opposite end of this, when you're the one presenting and you're being asked questions. It took me a long time as an adult to learn the skill that questions do not equal criticism. It's okay to answer them, and that criticism can be constructive and you can learn from it. So when you are questioned, stave off the defensiveness. For me, it's really easy to go there, and I had to work hard not to go there first. So just use the questions as an area of growth for you to help you really define your thoughts and communicate what you're trying to say. Questions don't mean criticism, and they're not negative.
All right. So just next steps to wrap this up, and then I'm going to hand it off to Erica to set us up for success after the break. We will take the input and the action steps that we've talked about here today. We'll put those in a efficient form, and then we'll get it back to board leadership and the superintendent, who can bring them forward to you.
Okay, we're going to be super fast because we're now behind a little bit, but this is such great discussion. This is the whole point of your board retreat time. So if we can have our presentation back up. A couple of things that I just wanted to set up for the topics that you're going to be talking about when we come back from your quick little break. The first thing, let's go to the next slide, please, is that these topics are real governance work. So there's things that you're going to discuss here, and oftentimes when you are in your board meetings, you have audience, you have media, and what we want to do is kind of coach you through and you're going to be actually talking about really difficult topics today. And so Mike and I are going to take a more active role than what we normally would do, and I want to name that up front so that you're not surprised if we're like calling you in and letting you know, like, hey, you're getting into this space, or like just wanted to coach you back on how you're engaging in this conversation in the public setting and what your role is as a board member. So you'll see us chime in more than we would normally if we see the conversation that is kind of getting off balance here. So if you go to the next slide, what we mean by those things is you understand what your policy governance model is and what the board's role is. Of course, that your power really comes from policy making, and anything that isn't delegated that doesn't speak to delegation automatically gets delegated to the superintendent. So unless it specifically says on the policy, it's automatically the superintendent's responsibility. You have one employee, and you have ways to measure this work by measuring the results and also the compliance. So the executive limitations that you put on your superintendent is the way that you as board members get to do this work. And a reminder as well, one of the other principles is to monitor and not manage. You are, as board members, one of the toughest skill sets to stay is to that balance of staying in governance and not into operations of the district. If we can go to the next slide, please. So the two areas on here, your board governance is really tied to figuring out what are the results that you're wanting to have. So what are the results that you're trying to achieve? And your one like area or lever is that linkage from you as a board member to that staff member, which is your superintendent, and setting those executive limitations of how they achieve those results that you're trying to accomplish. So let's go to the next slide, please. So here's some example, sometimes where we have governance language versus operational language. And this is the types of language that Mike and I are looking for when we're coaching you back in and having you stay within that governance language about what is the outcome we want versus this is how I would want to do this, right? That's operational language. Let's go to the next slide, please. So some of the tools that we'll use, just so that you're aware, and I have it on there as well on your tracker sheet, is we'll pause and name like what was a pattern. If we saw something or we heard the language, we are going to redirect. Also coaching again on the language of using governance versus getting into operations. And then let's go to the next slide. And then protecting airtime is something that's really important, and I've heard it multiple times on the calls and today about making sure that we're hearing everybody's opinions, or also if we've already talked a lot, saying let's give an opportunity for somebody else to have their point of view shared. And then, of course, bringing it back to what is the outcome that we're trying to achieve, because sometimes we can get in this like spiral of like comments and thoughts and questions, and we kind of lose the vision of like, where is it that we're trying to land here? So we'll try to rein you back in as you get into that. And lastly, that cohesion is really important in this model, and it's really important that there's a lot of healthy debate before a decision. And but once a decision is made, that it is that a whole board is backing that up. You had an opportunity to have the discussion, and then you have a decision at the end that everybody gets behind that. And the other last thing that I'll say before I let you all go on your break is that we're going to do this right now. Like Mike and I are going to try to hear from different sides of the room. But when we're not here, like this is the role of individual board members to each other. I know the chair is going to do as much as she can during board meetings to kind of rein people in, but when we leave, this is your also opportunity to have permission to do that with each other as a conversation, like, oh, I think you're getting into operations, let's bring it back to this, or, oh, I'm hearing that, like, what is the result that we're after, and for you to help each other, bring each other back into this conversation and in your role. Okay. So that was super fast, but we're going to take a little 5-minute break, and then we'll come back. If you need a water, drink, and then we'll come back with the next topic.
Okay. I did it already. Perfect. All right. Welcome back from the abbreviated break. Really appreciate you hanging in there with us. We are going to move into our next agenda item, which is discussing our site viability and potential school closures. We are so lucky to have the amazing Shauna Tomini here with us today. And I just want to, again, say thank you for spending your morning with us. Really appreciate that. And also, I just want to reflect for just a moment on our previous conversation. First of all, I want to say thank you, everybody, for the deep discussion and some very clear next action steps. And our time for the rest of the day today is a time for us to really put those into action. So just a couple of things I want to remind folks. We do have the tracker piece, which I absolutely love this tracker. I think it is a great tool for us to adopt, and so I'll ask that you kind of keep that in mind. Also, as we're going through the next phases of our conversations, our job is to really focus in on the governance. What are the results or the outcomes we are wanting to see as a part of our discussions and ultimately making of the executive limitations. So just want to call that out. And our fearless facilitators, Mike and Erica, are going to really help to make sure that we stay in with the agreements that we've already made this morning and really put those into practice. So you may see them walking around a little bit as well. So with that, I am going to turn the floor over to Chief Operating Officer Odenthal.
Thank you, Chair Harnish, directors, Superintendent Castaneda, student advisors, and fellow staff members. Thank you for the time this morning to bring this important item forward. First off, just inspiration that I heard this morning. As we go through this process, we're going to snap some blocks together, and we're going to shed some light on it. And just for the record, when I grow up, I want to be like these two over here.
I know, right? 1,000.
And I stole that line from your mom, who was texting me about you, Jolie, by the way. All right. So for today, as we go into this, if we bring up the slides, please. There we go. And go to the next one, please. There we go. Okay. All right. So our purpose agenda for today is to go through and talk about a very difficult process. We're going to talk about the closures of schools, consolidation of schools within our community. And we want to build in here the discussion we hope will lead to amendment of Executive Limitation 10, which is our facilities executive limitation. Currently, there is no guidance written from the board on the closure process, and we feel that's an important piece to inform your decision, and I'm sure you agree that's a very important piece that you want there. With that, we're looking not just to closures that we'll talk about in 27 and 28. We're talking about an enduring governance document that will support us in the future. I wish we could say the closures of elementary schools in this upcoming year we'll discuss is a one and done, but it's not. We know that there will be future rounds as enrollment goes down, and we won't only be speaking about elementary schools, we'll be speaking about the secondary schools as well. So this is important to work on this and have something for the future of the district, not just for the next round that we're going into as well. With that, this is really focused on our declining enrollment issues that we're having currently within the school district. And again, we hope this to be a good discussion. We'll do a little exercise as we go through this about how to put these together and get to a discussion from you, from the board, about outcomes and expectations of what this process will provide for us. And if we go to the next slide, before we go into all that, we have our guest with us, Shauna, and I'd like to turn the floor over to you.
Thank you, Paul. Thank you, everyone. I really appreciate the invitation to come here and join you today. I, as as the superintendent has shared, I'm a school board member in Corvallis, and we have just gone through a round of consolidation and decisions around school closures. And something that I've heard while being here so far in your retreat, which I feel very honored to be a part of, we have our board retreat next week, is that there is so much care and compassion and dedication in this room, that you each come from different backgrounds, you share different identities, come from and represent different communities, and you're doing it because you care so much about the children, the youth, the families, the staff in this district. And like you, I share that. I grew up in Corvallis. I went through the Corvallis K-12 public education system. After moving around a number of years, I moved back to raise my own daughter here in the school district that I grew up in, to be close to family. And ultimately, my career has been spent in educational settings, in a lot of different educational settings, starting with early childhood and moving on up across the board. And when I looked for how do I give back to the community that I grew up in and that is now helping raise not only my daughter, but my niece, my nephew, other family members, where might that be? And for me, that was serving on the school board, like many of you. And one of the things that I love is spending time with students. It's going to music events in the district, going to athletic events. I'm a volunteer speech and debate judge on the weekends. Going and being in schools and being a part of seeing what's happening that's helping students thrive is why I do this. What you're about to engage in and start to have conversations around is consolidation. And quite honestly, that is one of the most challenging things I have been a part of as a school board member. Consolidation isn't just closing of schools, but that's one of the very important decisions that then moves forward with how do we really bring our resources together to do the best we can to benefit students, their families, staff, not just short-term, but long-term, to make sure that we're preserving the sustainability financially, as well as educationally, socially, and emotionally, in every way possible for the school district now and into the future. So I've prepared some remarks. I was invited to come and share some lessons learned from our process. It was not a perfect process in any sense of that word. We had challenges and ups and downs. We are still navigating those challenges. We're continuing to navigate what does community engagement mean? How do you rebuild trust in community where that's been broken? And you don't know what you don't know. So my hope in sharing today is to offer some thoughts, some reflections from my experience of going through a round of decisions around school closures, and hope that that helps inform some of what's coming your way as well. So, as I mentioned, supporting the long-term strategic direction for the financial well-being of the district is a critical part of what you do as a school board. And you've had a taste of that every year when you make budget decisions and vote on a budget that you probably don't feel great about when there are cuts associated with that budget. The most painful part of consolidation is when you are asked to vote to close schools. Those schools matter to you, they matter to the community. Every one of those schools, any school that is closed will be grieved. And it can feel very, very personal. One of the schools that we voted to close is a school that my sister went to back in the 90s, that my daughter came through, that my niece came through, that my nephew was currently enrolled in at that time that closure vote was made. And so knowing that this is going to feel deeply personal while you're juggling your own feelings, your own care for the communities that you represent, and balancing that with these long-term decisions is truly one of the hardest things you'll do as a board member. So you have a really important discussion ahead of you today. This is your chance to talk about what matters to you most in the consolidation process before schools are named. It's a chance for you to engage with some of the indicators that the school district is putting together around buildings, and recognizing that buildings are so much more than just a building. Every building that closes is a school community. And those school communities have deep histories that sometimes go back generations. So I feel like I'm here today to actually bring down the conversation a little bit, right? To bring a dose of reality into what's coming, to validate that this is going to be hard, that it's going to be challenging, that it will hurt. And this was the one time in my process as a school board member where I questioned my value as a school board member, where I questioned serving on the school board. You know, this is the opposite of creating and growing programs, even though you know this is for the benefit long-term, to do just that. But closing doesn't feel like that in those moments. So I've brought a series of thought questions and reflection questions that I wanted to offer you that I thought was helpful for us in our own process. Some of these questions were those that we were able to openly discuss as a school board that made a difference. Others are those that I wish we had, that I recognize now would have been important if we had had more time. And you've already recognized how challenging it is in public meeting spaces, very publicly, to have conversations with very limited time under these constraints that make it hard to feel like you're having really authentic conversations, really meaningful conversations, to have all the time you want to be able to share your, not only your reflections in the moment, but your growth process, because you'll learn, you'll change, you'll grow, you'll have different thoughts and ideas. And it's nearly impossible to really reflect that well in a public meeting space. So how do you do that as well? So the big overarching question that I have to pose to you, and I want to break it down into some specific questions, is what will you need when the time comes in, I believe it's December, where you are asked to vote? What will you need to feel like you can do that? What will you need to be able to justify your vote for the community? And I'm not asking what will you need to feel good about that vote, because you won't. You will not feel good about making a vote to close schools, period. It doesn't feel good. It doesn't feel comfortable. Instead, consider what you need from your district leadership, from your superintendent, from her incredible team, what you need from community and community engagement, including students, families, staff, and others across the community. What do you need for yourself and from one another in this process to make a very hard decision as thoughtfully, transparently, and with as much care as you can in the time that you have? So in starting with the district, you are being asked, you will be asked, to put tremendous trust into your superintendent, into the leadership team at these schools, into her team here, to present you with the best possible plan and proposal for closings, using their in-depth knowledge, data, parameters that, and indicators that you may be part of discussing or even shaping, their years and years of experience, years of input from families, students, and educators on what matters most to this community. Not all of that will be openly transparent, because a lot of this is institutional knowledge that comes from folks who are in this every single day full-time. And as school board members, as some of you have pointed out, you're here as volunteers. You give everything you can and everything you have to this. And you're going to be asked to put a lot of trust into those who are really embedded in these data, really embedded in these relationships and these communities, to give you the best proposal possible. And of course, with guidance from board goals as well and district goals. No matter how thoughtful that process is, every one of your schools matters and is making a difference. And so there is no, let's close the worst schools. There are no worst schools. Every school matters. Every school will be grieved that closes. I have my notes with me today just to keep me on track for my time. And so what will you need? Knowing that you have this incredible team with this great depth of knowledge, what will you need from them to be able to justify your vote when you come around to it in December? Again, not to feel good about it, you won't, but to be able to feel like you've had what you need in the limited time you have to be able to make a vote. What's important to you about the district's approach, both in decision-making, what you have now before specific schools are named? That's incredibly important. Once they are named, things move forward very quickly. So what do you need now in terms of parameters or input around guidance on both the process for decision-making as well as what follows, how that process is handled? This is incredibly sensitive and delicate, down to how news is delivered. Does it come out at a 11 p.m. board meeting where students are then going to their schools that they just learned, or staff are returning to schools the next morning, just hearing, at midnight the night before that their school may be closed? How is that handled in a way that's really sensitive to to the community that brings them along each step of the way. Beyond that, from the community, what are your hopes for community engagement in this process, both now before schools are named, as well as after? Once schools are named for closure, you will be overwhelmed with outreach from community about predominantly and primarily what students, families, and staff are worried about losing. You'll hear sadness, frustration, anger, worries, anxiety, and most of all, fears about what this means for every child and youth in the district. Closing a school, as I said, isn't just closing a building, it's closing a community. And even if those staff continue on in a different way, in different programs, in different schools, that community and that magic that's there and that's existed for a long time, that's been really thoughtfully and intentionally cultivated, feels like a tremendous loss for folks. Hearing these worries is truly heartbreaking, but it's also critical. It is critical for you to hear and to feel and to receive that communication, because it will keep you grounded in how these big picture decisions that you are making and these long-term and short-term decisions you are making, what their everyday impact is today, tomorrow, and next year. And so holding on to that while also balancing that your focus is on those long-term district goals, those policies to make sure this is done well, is so critical. You will also receive communication from people who are supportive. Say, thank you for making these hard choices. Thank you for doing what has to be done so that we can preserve more in the long term. And those voices will probably be quieter. They will be less public. And so those that are more public are those that are hurting, that are angry, that are looking for another path. You'll also be asked by members of the community to use your power to stop the process, to change the proposal, to maybe even those who say, we know this is needed, but choose a different school, not ours. And that's hard to hear too, because again, no school is a bad school. These are amazing places that are doing amazing things. You'll also be asked to slow down. Can we just have more time? Maybe the community can come up with ideas for a different way to do this, a different way to raise money, a different way to look at the budget and find some other path that no one else here has thought of yet. And you'll want to follow some of these recommendations. It'll sit really deeply with you. It did for me too. I remember sitting with families and thinking, yes, you're right. This feels too fast. It feels like too much, and I would love to slow this down. And then you'll turn and have conversations with union leadership, with leadership at the district, and you'll learn, oh, this timeline is actually here for a reason. If you're going to make decisions to close schools in the following year, having that decision made this fall is absolutely critical for working with the unions on contractual agreements, for making sure all of the information about where educators and staff are going the following year are in place. Closing a school does not just impact that school community. There's a trickle-out impact on every school. Educators, because of seniority, because of the way decisions are made of positions, this trickle-out will impact every school in the district in some way. And there needs to be time so that teachers know and staff know what are their roles next year. What does that look like? You need time for the community to grieve the loss that's coming, time for students to get excited about their new school, time to build activities in where students can go and visit their new schools, visit their new teachers, time for PTAs and PTOs to come together and welcome families into their school communities too, because they will step up and do that once they've had a chance to grieve. Time for the district to figure out maintenance needs. We have an elevator being repaired in our new Corvallis Junior High School this summer. Time to figure out new transportation patterns to make sure students are not on the bus too long. Time to figure out staffing in each of these new structures and systems, how to make sure that schools that are a little more full have what they need to function at that capacity. So there is so much that needs to happen once the decision is made that is pending on that decision to move forward in doing this well so that your district is really well prepared for the following fall. And so when you hear those calls to slow down, you'll want to say, yes, I agree with you. I absolutely did. And in hearing what needs to come next, you'll hear others saying, we can't have an answer soon enough to get started, or we cannot do this as thoughtfully and as well and as with much care as possible. So just something to think about there. For the community, they won't feel like they had enough time. You won't either. So having these moments to think about what you need in advance is so critical. So what are all the ways that you plan to engage with community? Public comment is one. It's very limited. You can't have conversation. What are all the other ways that you'll engage in community, that you'll invite community into this process now and after schools are named? And how do you see your role as individual board members and a full board in terms of that relationship with the community? Something that I think it's really important to consider is that once a proposal is on the table and schools are named, what are you actually asking for from the community? Are you asking them for every possible alternate way this could move forward instead of what's named in the proposal? Or are you looking for any holes or gaps that were missed by the experts who are engaged in this all the time and have that in-depth knowledge that the community may not have? While you also listen to the community about their concerns and all the ways that consolidation or closing a school will impact them, so that you can then make sure the policies are in place that will navigate something very hard, those closings, with as much care as possible. So hearing those challenges that communities are worried about help you step back and say, okay, we know that this will hurt and this will be hard in this community, for this family, for this neighborhood. You also need the time then to take that information and be able to say, okay, do we have transfer policies in place that prioritize students who are impacted by consolidation? What about our transportation policies? Are there policies that dictate the maximum length of time on a bus for a student within city limits or beyond? Do we have policies that help make sure the district has resources to preserve those programs that are so special at a school that may be closing that you want to make sure gets moved to another location? And it's really challenging because you will hear those everyday challenges and worries and harms and concerns, and you'll want to do something about those. And as a board member, as Erica was saying, that difference between what's operational and what is at your role of policy and oversight of the superintendent, and then those final budget decisions, you have to know what's going on at the everyday level to make sure the resources and the policy are in place so that the district can move forward and take care of those operational pieces. And then in building on that, how will you engage the public? How will you also manage public comment? This is something that in our board, we often will listen to everybody who comes for public comment. What if you have a night where 300 people show up and would all like to be heard, and you would like to hear every one of them? Can you stay till 4 in the morning, or do you need to communicate expectations to community in advance? As Satya, you mentioned earlier, you want to hear from a diversity of community, a lot of different voices. If you have 100 people come all from one school, back to back sharing a similar message, and that 101st person is somebody from a different school, a different program, with a different community, with a different need, you never want to miss out. So how do you set expectations for the community about all the ways they can engage in a way that's also feasible for your time, for your life, to not be here until 4 in the morning, in a way that you still get to hear from all of these folks in all the ways that people communicate? And then what are the ongoing feedback loops? As you hear or learn from the community or get questions from the community, our district kept an ongoing FAQs on consolidation, where every suggestion that came in from community was being addressed in terms of, we considered this, here is why this is an important consideration for next steps in operations, or this is why switching to that school doesn't work at this time. So thinking about what are those feedback loops with the community. And then finally, what do you need for yourself, for each other, for your relationships, and for the time that you have here in the boardroom? Public meetings and public meeting laws, as many of you have noted, make this challenging. It is hard to come together and have a really meaningful and authentic conversation if you have 2 minutes for your turn. If you don't have an open dialogue of back and forth where we can really get into something and discuss it and disagree and then come back around to it. And so thinking about how do you do that with the constraints of public meeting laws? This process it felt to me very isolating. It was a time where I was spending a tremendous amount of time in community, hearing from community, and I had no outlet for that. And so thinking about what are the ways that you have to connect. Can you connect one-on-one as board members? You want to be very careful about not meeting in quorum, not meeting and making decisions outside of that, but just a process. Here are things I heard from visiting this school. Here are things I heard from visiting this program. Here are things I heard from this family. And you want to make sure that's shared in some way publicly as well, not just in behind-the-scenes conversations. How do you bring that out? Where does that fit in? How do you carve that time? Another piece of that is clear your schedule. From the time that schools are named to the time that you make a decision, you may have, I think listening sessions are probably planned in the district. You'll probably want to attend as many as you possibly can. You'll have outreach from individuals, from groups. You will be invited to visit schools to see how amazing they are and the incredible work they do every day and what they would grieve as that loss. Clear the time that you can. You'll want to be there. You'll also want to have conversations with district leadership, maybe with union representatives, with others to really look at what are the real impacts of this so that, again, you can step back in your board role and think about where are the policies we need to have in place to do this well? What is the guidance we can offer our superintendent and the leadership team here so that they are thinking about all of these little things that we may not recognize along the way and do something very, very hard well. Just pausing for a moment to look down at my notes as I look up. You learn as you go, and as you go through this process, I mentioned this a little bit already, you'll sit with a group and you'll say, wow, I hear this and I feel this. And deep inside you'll say, yeah, there's a part of me that says, is there any way we can stop this or change this or go another path or slow it down? And then you'll talk to another group, and then you'll be reminded, ooh, we have to move forward quickly because we've got to do the next phase really well. And then you'll be reminded of something else. You'll have a very deep learning process with this. How will you as a board honor that and allow that conversation to come out in some way, even in little bits here? Because you'll feel like in those decision-making moments or in that final vote, you won't have all the time you need to bring the community along with you on your journey. You won't have the time, and public meeting will constrain that, and it'll also feel really important. And it feels like a really important part of being accountable to the community that you are listening to, that you were spending time with, that you were learning deeply from. So I'm going to pause there with some of those thoughts and questions. And as I said, I'm here to bring a little dose of reality today, but also to say that this is one of the most challenging things you'll go through, and you're not alone in this process. There were several districts that are in the middle of this process right now that went through closing decisions last year who you can draw from. You can reach out to members of our board as well as myself. This will feel isolating. It'll feel sad. You will question why you're doing this. Last night, while I was thinking about what I wanted to share, I've been thinking about it all week, and last night I was like, oh, I'll go to bed early so I can drive up to Salem. And at 1 a.m, when I was still working through all the things I was thinking about sharing with you, my husband works night shift, and so I was able to chat with him, and I said, why did I agree to do this? Kind of jokingly, I really am happy to be here. And he said, well, because you care. Because you want to be a helper and you want to make a difference. And there are going to be moments in this next year when you are in the middle of consolidation discussions or listening deeply where you ask yourself, why am I doing this? But quite seriously, why am I doing this? And you may even say to yourself, this isn't what I signed up for as a board member. I signed up to make opportunities, not to close schools. And in recognizing that that's how you do make opportunities and how you will make opportunities for the future. It is hard. You are doing this because you care. You are helpers. You want to make a difference. We ask students, staff, and their families to do hard things every single day. This is a hard thing. And you volunteered and you were elected also to do hard things. And you have an opportunity to do those hard things and to lead with as much care as you possibly can. And I think that's what we have to be here to model for our community. As hard things happen, change happens, change is hard, but we can do it thoughtfully, intentionally, and with a tremendous amount of care. And that care is here in this room. You have what you need. And I wish you all the best, because this is hard and you can do it.
All right. Thank you, Shauna. Great thoughts. And we will have, as we get to the end of our time, we'll have some final thoughts from Shauna and some times for questions as well on that process. So we'll hold those questions. I know you have them, but we're going to hold them. And we're going to go, if we can bring the slides back up. And let's talk, go ahead, next slide, please. On your table, you have a timeline that looks like this in there in your package of materials, which is a little bit easier to see than what's on the screen. And this is a high-level timeline of the process that we're in as we go through this year into decisions around 27, 28. A couple things to point out, and there's two timelines here. The top one is kind of a high process one, and the bottom one gets into points and decision points on that piece. So of course, this process really started in our long-range facility plan, the work we did in the last year getting us to this point today. We're at this point now of setting rules to go into the process with the idea that if you look at the decision points that we'll have a policy, an executive limitation approved by you, accepted, put in place in September at your meeting. That will be the final piece. While we have all the data, that's the final piece we need as staff to go and look at making actual recommendations by name of schools. Just to reiterate, we do not have a list currently. We do not have a list. We do not have a list. That always gets asked. All right. So from there, from September, we're looking to come back to you at your October meeting, the 13th, with named schools that we would recommend to you for closure in the 27-28 school year. All right. That will go in, of course, very robust communications around the release of that list. And this period, looking to you making a decision at your December meeting. A lot of communication in there, discussions about the schools, starting boundary discussions in that period, getting to your decision to close schools in December. So getting through this process we're in now to a September decision really is the first place that gets us to that time to have that robust community conversation that we want. And December is essential because the communication and the decisions after December, when we talk about staffing changes, we get into the staffing process, and we start talking to families and students about where their new school will be and how we're making those changes, what programs they'll see at the new school. That transition and that welcoming process on the tail end of this is every bit as important and maybe even more important than it is making the decision to close schools. So that's why this timeline is important to us, to get to this in December so that we can change that focus and move to how we're going to be successful in moving our students to their new schools. If we could go to the next slide. Just to jump back around the why of this process and why we're in this, this is from the enrollment forecast that we shared with you in the middle of the winter time. I believe December, January, we talked to you about the forecast. We've been on this slide around, following the curve of declining birth rate in our community since COVID. Our enrollment in the schools have continued to decline, right? So we were in the 40s, the mid 40s, 40,000 for students, and now we're at 37 to 36,000 students, and our forecast out leads us down to about 32,000 students in the future, right? I want to point out, though, if you look at the bottom graph there, that is the difference between the number of seniors we have in high school and the number of kindergartners that we're receiving. And what you see over time is we have this spread where we're graduating more students than we're bringing into kindergarten, right? So we're not losing students along the way. In fact, our cohorts of students are growing by 0.5% every year on average, right? So for every 100 kindergartners that come into our school, that cohort is 109 when they get to their senior year, right? So it's not that we're losing kids in the cycle on there, it's this birth rate that every year that cohort moves from kindergarten to first grade, is smaller to second grade to third, and it's a wave that goes through the whole system. But what you can see is those lines converge with each other, and so we're forecasting that we'll get to a point of stability around that 32,000 number in the future, right? So it's not a continual drop-off into infinity. It is one that we believe will stabilize over time as we look at our forecasts. Next slide, please. This chart, you've also seen this one before. This is the number of schools by the head count, and this is just elementary. But what you can see is we have this progression of within our current status quo boundaries and capture areas for schools, that the number of schools that have small cohorts is growing, right? So we see that schools dropping below 225 and even below 200 in the future if we don't make changes now within our district. And also those ones there where you see the yellow growing, below the 350 mark. We go to the next slide. And just to put this in another perspective, when we talk about the capacity of our schools, this is looking at the utilization. You can see that we're moving to a point of having nearly 10, it improves a little bit there, 8 schools below 50% use capacity, using less than 50% of the space available in the school, and also that large number that is below 75%. So we have room in our schools to make moves and do some of this consolidation work. Right. Next slide, please. So this is one just to focus our conversation, and to me, it seems a little counterintuitive when we're talking about closures. But the schools that we're closing, the enrollment that we've lost, the students that aren't here is not the most important thing. That orange area below, that's that 36,000 students we're going to have next year, and all those students over the future years. That's the focus of what we're doing here. So the closure process is not necessarily about those buildings, but it's about how we are going to shape the future for our students as we go forward, and how do we shape the right facilities to meet the needs of our students in the future. Next slide, please. All right, so we're going to do a little exercise here, but before we do that, I wanted to remind you of our long-term site viability framework. You've seen this before. It's in our long-range facility plan, and we tried to provide some primary information for all of you, a little bit deeper into the meaning of these areas. So just a reminder, as our team looked at this in the long-range facility plan, we came up with these 7 factors through our community process, our community group that we work with, of how we evaluate schools and put them together to understand their needs for consideration. So 7 factors there, and very quickly, educational adequacy. Again, is the building impeding the teaching and learning that needs to happen? Is it affecting that effectiveness? Capital investment, that's easy to understand. That's what's it cost to bring that school up to where it should be. Equity and parity. This one, equity is a big word. There's a lot in here. Here we're talking about facility equity. Is the school providing those facilities and programs, experiences, does it allow those for our students in the building? So this is really about the facility itself. Site limitations. Do we have room on the campus to expand? Do we have room for a field, a sports field on the property, or is it too small to accommodate that, along with other things? Enrollment patterns, so you understand that one. Transportation and access, that gets to discussions about how many kids are riding the bus, how long are they on the bus? Do we have a good walking zone? Is the school on a very, very busy street where we don't want kids walking across, or that causing problems? And then, of course, operating costs is that cost per student. So these are areas where we gather data and we look at these, and it's not necessarily a mathematical formula that goes into it. we look at these areas to say, what does this tell us about the school and the needs of the school? Does it tell us that we should, the school is good to go and we should leave it the way it is? Does it tell us we need to make repairs or additions to the school or replace it? Or does it tell us this is a school, it's time to close this and look at other options on that? Go ahead.
As you're looking at these, which you have heard about before, you've learned about before, I also, if I can just ask us to go back one slide, and kind of restate this thing that Paul said, which is our work right now is for the kind of optimizing and service of everything we have for the students who will be coming to us next. This will be part of the grief process too, because it acknowledges that we are losing students that is kind of producing this situation. But I do want to give a moment to invite Olga or Danielle in, who will lead our teaching and learning agenda and are closest to schools, just to talk a little bit about what the trade-offs are and what we're seeking in this.
Thank you, Superintendent Castañeda. Good morning, Chair Harnish, directors, student advisors, Superintendent, and Shauna. Thank you so much for being here. Your experience and your wisdom and your advice solidified some of our thinking and also made me start thinking of other things we have to consider while we go through this difficult process, difficult but very important process. I think we wanted to add that this is not only a very careful and long-term study of how we use our facilities, but most important, it is an assessment of our programming and our services. We are all around this table because we want our students in Salem-Keizer to have access to more opportunities and to have high-quality experiences when they are in our schools. When you have smaller schools, you have more blended classrooms, for example, in an elementary school. A blended classroom means that a teacher is teaching 2 grade levels that same year, and that is not an easy task, and our teachers do incredible work at organizing all of that curriculum, the scope and sequence, to make sure that they elevate the priority standards. But it is a challenge. It's a challenge for the student and for the teacher and the families, of course. And we do the very best we can. I am not saying, I want to be very clear with that blends are going to go away. But I'm saying that this is an opportunity to take a look at the system and find a way to reduce those blends. Another thing that instructionally matters greatly is that we know there is tons of research out there. We know that the most important person in the life of in the educational life of the student, other than the parents at home, is the teacher in front of them every day. And those teachers get better and better when they are sitting around a table with more team members to collaborate around a standard. How are we going to teach it? What do we do when kids are not getting it? What assessments we're gonna take a look at to know if our impact in teaching is getting to where we need kids to go. In small schools, sometimes there's 1 teacher per grade level. When we have larger schools, we may have 3 or 4 teachers around that table talking about instruction and making really important decisions for the students in that grade level. I just want us to remember the opportunities that sometimes come after very hard work and very emotional work and meaningful work for families. And then the last thing I'll add is we also are very encouraged to start thinking about what additional extracurricular opportunities could we offer when we have larger schools, elementary, middle, and high schools, where students can have more access to different sports offerings, music, and then extracurricular activities that happen after school that are not just sports and music, but also academic activities. So it's an invitation for all of us and for the community and for parents and students that are going to engage with us in this year to understand the need of the conversation, but also lean into the opportunity to make Salem-Keizer a better system that provides more opportunities for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Thank you. So we could go ahead, another slide. Okay. So now that we've talked, you've had discussions about staying at the governance level, I'm going to suck you down into the operational level and do some staff work, right? So the good news is this is our work to do, but we want you to experience the site viability framework, how it works, to help you see what gaps and what other information you need as a board to go into the executive limitation and help you make your decisions. So with that, we're going to go into this and consider those pieces. We go to the next slide. Thank you. Oh, nope, we're missing something there. Okay. All right. So we're going to use the same groups that you were in earlier. On your table there, you have 3 schools, aptly named School A, B, and C. These are data that we've pulled together and created these schools. They are not our current schools in the district. They are ones that we've pulled from different schools to make scenarios for you. And it gives you a breakdown by each of the 7 indicators here on the sheet are some verbiage around those areas of concern. So what we're going to do in your groups, we have easels here to write your notes through. You're going to talk through as the group of 3 those indicators on the sheet there. Capture your note on here of if you believe it's an area of concern that we should address in this process, and then also what your rationale for that decision is, and focusing also on the outcomes. How do you think that influences outcomes for our students in that piece? All right, go to the next slide. Nope, sorry. Okay, that's the one, right. So as we come back together, you'll debrief your scenario that you worked through, and then we have these other questions that we want you to think about and have a group discussion on around how did they bring the right information to light? Are some of them more important than others? Is there one that could drive the whole decision there? And then also, what's missing from the indicators and what else should we be considering as we bring these to you, all right? So we'll just very quickly, what was, we had confusion on the numbers. Who was group 1? You raise your hands. Group 1, okay, so you can have A, school A. Group 2, take school B, and group 3, take school C, all right? And we will take about, let's do about 15 minutes. We'll see how you're doing if we wrap up early, but 15 minutes to go to your easels and work on your notes. Also, Director of Facilities Joel Smallwood and Director of Business Services David Hughes are here. We will be, we're going to let you do this work, but if you have a question or don't understand the information on the page, we'll help you with that, but we want you to make the decisions, but we're here to help you if there's an interpretation you need on that work. All right, and so we will come back together, what do we got here, at 10:55.
And also, I'd just like to add, our executive team is going to circulate. We're not adding or commenting. We are just listening into your conversations.
All right.
Quick clarity on the reaches level of concern. Is that yes, no? Is that what we need to include there? Okay.
Yes.
Just making sure I wasn't missing a scale.
Yes. Alex.
I was gonna ask, are we gonna need this one also, or are we gonna use the big one?
Just on the big one.
Big one? Okay.
Leave this one up.
super bored.
I was gonna say, much for
Yeah.
help fund public education back in Oregon.
Really.
Thank you. I was trying to think about what would be most helpful.
I know that you cannot take board visits a full-time job this season, but it's too bad for everyone that you can't.
Well, thank you for that.
Hey. Yeah, then hearing you say. Huh? And here's what
Is
you're
it what? Oh, the chair?
will land more.
Me too. I have to share my angel with you.
Pretty much, yeah.
Anybody want to go first?
I have questions.
Okay.
How much land do you normally need for elementary school? Oh, that's right.
When you're getting called to be it's so hard.
Yeah, like
Transportation isn't good.
I know. That was this is really important.
But if it was under enrolled, it could be one of the schools too.
dad was on our board.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, yeah, when you, well, they
things.
have to deal with aging, how do we tape it together? Yeah. That's not even built anything. Gets you level.
But it had a steam boiler.
Right.
With coils, and we upgraded so we could meet some energy code and some air turnover, but we didn't, it didn't have modern cooling system.
No. Yeah, that just, when is your next model?
Well, we had, because our original five, before we got to corporation,
Yeah.
so we have a long range facility plan. Right now, we're diving on feasibility with the intent that we would be prepared to really be on the ballot in May of 27. So we're still on that timeline from a, I'll call it a theoretical standpoint. You know, our community, we rely heavily on
Sure.
or we start to get down to May. Wow. We and my St. Paul's, you know, a few others, we see those things separate. I mean, now, the opposing schools, the three biggest opposing schools, you also have a budget deficit, so tremendous get that. And you want a law to do things that we understand paying a difference.
Sure.
To build to foster the next and so and you think of the timeline. This fall, and it's something we need to adopt that we are going to be moving forward with, or not going to find out. At the same time, because I have a feeling our workflow, which is fine. I might love it to November.
Something for everyone.
And he's on our team.
Of course, yeah, of course he would be. But he's got a history. We failed one. A couple of years went by in the process too. There was other changes. Yes, yes. Are you going to do? One of the cool things we did is we talked. There were two things that they did. They came out and said, one of them was, the trade didn't have the CT because that's back in the day. That's what they grew up with. And then the other one was on the seismic stuff. We made a school feature. Like it was, we didn't just so we did a community center. I'm sure you're,
So we went in and fixed it. I mean, and it fixed it. It was and it was really clear. They weren't asking us to do a lot. They just wanted something. So we were so late, we couldn't go in and say this school. So we put in that day's dollars, and of course that's escalated out going our schedule. We put $10,000 for music improvements at every elementary school. Nice. So for $420,000. I was gonna say that's the best money. That's the best advertising you can buy. I mean, so yeah, you really go to the school. And we didn't have journey. Yeah, yeah. When I talk about part of the really hard work is if we start these we're going to be, and if we just do more, we're going to end up all better truck than I do. We're going to end up with this educational desert in the core of our town. Why? Because that's where all the oldest buildings are, because that's where town was. We're going to end up with this massive desert of education and community connection in one of our most vulnerable populations. Highest property place. That's where that is. That's exactly. So we can't let that happen. Yeah. And we can't fix that without including it in the law. We're telling people we're closing schools. You know, I mean, it's just it's a conflicting. Conflicting. Yeah. Deep conflicting. But anyway, we got a challenge.
I'm sorry, I looked at the wrong clock. We're going to go till 11. Sorry.
So you've got your facility. Are you running a consulting business? So I was superintendent.
We did not this time. We survived
because so she was getting ready for her first grade, but she was doing like she didn't even have a leg here. This happened. She talked to Kristen. And so that started with him over the last couple of years. So I do that, and then I coach a lot of new schools. So those are kind of
It's good work. It's important.
well, there's some ones in there. I just talked to her yesterday.
Yeah. We're close back in those days. So.
Yeah, kind of a small community.
Yeah.
Sure. This is cool. From the minute we know but it's such good. Oh no! It's like no. Let's do that. Oh, hours and hours and hours. If you want to get some more down, yeah, we've got it for you. So let me know. Exactly. Good to talk to you. Someone's commenting maybe what they think. I mean, someone said. One person said you're being but I don't.
Well, I guess I was looking at myself.
Right,
so
right.
One more minute, folks.
One for sure, because I know you stayed on. It's like 10 o'clock at night. It was, and they played it so well.
All right, let's come back to the table. Bring your easels around a little bit here.
No kidding.
All right, folks, let's come back together. It's okay if you're not done.
So helpful.
It's all good.
Amazing. Amazing. Yeah. Excuse me.
Okay, all right, let's come back. All right, let's come back to the table and we'll talk through these a little bit. So a reminder here, you know, part of this was to look at this and then think about how this, again, how when you look at the scorecard and then you translate it into student outcomes, how does that translate for you? And what does it mean for those day-to-day experiences for our students, right? And then we'll go into those other discussions. But let's just, let's go around through the groups and let's just do a debrief on the experience you had going through this, the process. You know, if there's, you don't have to go through all 7 indicators, but if there's things that stuck out to you for your school you're looking at, why don't you share those with the group and how you thought about the outcome piece. So let's start with the group that, let's see, Satya was over here in the blue.
Yeah, number 2.
Let's start with number 2.
Jolie, Elisa.
Yep.
I can't read from you.
Okay.
You're the boss now. Go, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, with the mic, yeah.
Yeah, with the mic. This was a great conversation, and I just want to thank Director Chandragiri and Student Advisor McMahon. We had a great time.
Thank you.
Solve the problem.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Okay. So for educational advocacy, we said yes, it did reach a level of the concern threshold. We had school B. This school was poor and it had a lack of ability to supervise students well, and as well as staff limitations. There wasn't good lighting in the school, no heating and cooling. There were major challenges to support instructional needs, and it wasn't very safe overall. And then for capital investment, we also said yes, it did reach a level of concern. Investments are greater to bring the school to modern standards than many other schools. And for equity / parity, we said yes, it also reached a level of concern because it was not disability friendly. There was no elevator, but the school was 3 stories. There was limited outdoor space and no ADA restroom. And then for site limitations, we said yes to. There was only the school was only 2 acres, and that was small for what we require for our schools. There was no fence, and it was close to a city park, which created a lot of security risks because pedestrians could easily come by the school or things like that. And then enrollment patterns, it was also an area of concern because there was only 250 students enrolled, which would be about 60% capacity in the next 10 years for that school. And then for transportation and access, we also said yes. There were many safety hazards, such as pedestrian and vehicle conflicts, and they needed a lot of crossing guards, and there was limited on-site parking, and loading zones were also a big hazard at the school. And then for operation costs, also yes. This school was about $2,600 higher on average for their cost per student in the district. Yes, so all yeses overall.
So we had all yeses for sure, and we immediately sort of went to some ways that we can sort of think about, like focusing in on what that educational adequacy is, and also how do we make sure that we're providing the absolute best for our students. So our conversation really went in those directions as well, which we'll hold those comments for later.
Great,
And we're also very glad that we don't have to do this on every option.
All right, thank you. Great analysis run through that as well. Let's go to over here to this area. Mel?
All right, we had School C. Our building's over, let me hold on here. Our building is over 20 years old. It's got 350 students, capacity for 500, and it's on 10 acres. It met level of concern for enrollment patterns. It does have a lot of room for more students, and it's only got a 60% enrollment capacity projected over the next 10 years. Transportation access, it kind of has what my interpretation anyway is like of a Wild Wild West style pickup line where there's cars double blocked, blocking buses. It poses some challenges and safety hazards. It also met the threshold for operation costs. Right now it has pretty high operations costs, but with some clarification from Heidi, we learned that that can be affected by enrollment, and that some of the decisions, some of the other decisions that we make up here could potentially, I don't need that pen, Ashley, you're good, could potentially affect the operating costs. So we weren't clear one answer down the line, and for the total, the three of us put that we have a little bit of hope for School C, and that it seems to have some flexibility and space. It's pretty modernized. It's got a lot of consistency with how pod style and flex space is set up. Has a designated music room, and it's a newer building compared to some of the other schools in this exercise. Any questions? No.
Great, thank you.
Okay, yeah.
Thank you for that. An important part of this to understand is this criteria is not really about, yes, we close the school, no, we don't. This is a criteria for evaluating all the options for a school, right? And so even if we hit all of even that one over there that has 7 yeses across it, and maybe one we say we still need the school, there's reasons to keep it, and we could address those. And operating cost is one that's very clearly something that can be focused through. Enrollment changes, also it's affected by the programs in that school and program choices.
And I just want to double down on these are not real schools. These are fictitious. And when I say no on the thing, I'm not saying that any school we evaluate that has a safety hazard in its pickup line means that's going to be closed. That's not what I'm doing at all with this. It's just, we're just tossing around ideas and scenarios, correct?
Correct, yeah. That's the point of this. A pickup line, it could, if it was so severe that we felt there's no way to fix it, it could lead to a closure piece. It also could say, you know what, we need to fix that and do some construction to fix that, right?
I just wanted to clarify. Oh,
Yeah.
sorry.
Yeah, right.
I just wanted to clarify for the public that we're not deciding on things that would close schools right now. We're just working with different ideas and procedures.
These are anonymous. We pulled elements from many different schools to put these together, so these do not reflect any one single school within our district.
So I have a clarifying question, which I thought I'll ask. So when you say capital investment to fix whatever that our school A or first school we discussed, that is to bring it down to the old standard of whatever that building was.
Correct.
Like that old style cigarette lighter or cassette player, rather than bringing it to modern what is today.
Right, right, correct.
Yeah, there's not, otherwise you have to literally tear it and build a new one.
Yes.
So I just wanted to kind of make sure that that's my
Yes.
understanding.
Yes, and that's where capital investment with educational adequacy tie together important there. That the capital investment is to bring it to the standard of what it was when it was built or last renovated, right? So my 73 Pinto example was you fix up that Pinto to this standard, you're going to have an AM radio. I know you're. I've always wanted one. No. Okay. All right. Let's.
So I was actually using a better example. 100 years ago, people would have dropped off the kid in a horseback. You come riding horses.
Right.
It's perfectly safe.
Yeah. Well, it's to the we have done renovation on our other buildings, so it's not taking them to the 1910 standard. It's taking them to the last major renovation.
Right.
So, for instance, the one thing here, that capital investment would not include adding air conditioning to any building. Okay. All right. Let's go to our next group.
All right, we're figuring this out. So we had scenario A, elementary school A, and I'm just gonna jump ahead and say that these were yeses for all the indicators, and briefly on why for educational adequacy, there's the building itself has limitations for instruction, still using a portable classroom, no conference rooms. It does not have a secure entry vestibule, which we know a lot of our elementary schools do at this point, no air conditioning, and not ADA accessible. So that led to a yes for educational adequacy. Capital investments, similarly, building is over 70 years old, and the capital investment costs for this building are higher than the average for other elementary school districts. So it's already more than others. And equity parity, the building sites, it does not have room or availability for self-contained sped classrooms among other constraints. Alex, you'll do the next two, and then we'll pass it to Chrissy.
For the site limitations? For site limitations, the school for school A, it had like a heavily slope, and like it was just not in the best, like, since it had a slope, so we said yes for that. And then the enrollment, it was average of 55 like throughout in 10 years, so we thought the under enrollment was average 55, I meant. So we said yes to that also, and I think so.
Though that you said we can move around programs, and that helps with the enrollment, because we had a huge question mark around that, because it seems like if that were the primary source of income, then it affects everything else. But then I guess if we don't have the money to student pipeline, then that is non-exempt as well, because the money, it's not, it places differently for us, because if the money comes in at a district level and then we decide where to disperse it, instead of automatically being stuck with money going to a certain school because of the enrollment at that school, is different for us. Does that make sense why that's a big difference to us? Okay, shall I skip that?
Not
We'll talk about it
100%
later.
following.
Okay. We'll come back. Okay.
But-
So yes, that was a concern. But yeah, this one was significantly under-enrolled. So transportation access, this one said it had, issues, like you said, Wild West style, parking, dedication drop-off lanes, all terrible, which overall, the bottom line for us that created a concern was the creation of ongoing safety hazards for students and staff. And then operating costs, approximately $25,000 higher per student than the average. So 2,500, I'm so sorry, yes, thanks. So anyway, so again, because that affects everything else. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So just on the costs and the enrollment, remember that those are one where we have enrollment issues. Boundary changes as we go through closure is one way to address that beyond a closure decision. To the operating costs, we have those numbers. They have to be taken in context as we look at this, because there are schools that have special programs that are more expensive. Also, we mix that when we look at the capacity use of the school, because of course that cost per student in a school that is only 50% utilized, if we put more students into it, that cost per student should drop, right, for some of those pieces. So it's one element that we use very carefully in the process. And also a reminder that while we go through this closure process, it's back to serving the students that we have and the things that Olga talked about. It's not about saving money. There's marginal savings in this, right? Because as we do this, we will be, as we transition students, there's expenses that come where we're taking those students to that really absorb a lot of those savings that you would have at a closure of a building, right? So they're marginal in the short term, and really not the focus we want here. It's more about how do we serve our students best as we go through this. Okay.
I just have a clarifying. This capital investment does not follow the enrollment. It comes from a different way of kind of whether you're bond or whatever it is. But the operating cost may be directly linked to enrollment decision. Am I right in understanding that?
Operating cost would be, yeah, so our capital investment for the most part would come from our general obligation bonds, right? A capital program, a capital bond. The recurring costs here is about those recurring costs that are part of the budget, general fund and other fund sources in the
you
schools.
can't use the capital money for operating expense. They are like two separate known groups. So because you have to, when you raise a bond, you have to do it for the purpose and you have to kind of report back to the community. Am I right?
Correct, correct.
So I think that's why it doesn't matter. You can have 10% enrollment. Still the capital investment may be much higher, but the operating cost may be even higher or
correct.
Yeah.
Yep.
So
All right.
So really, I wanted to kind of get that clarity.
Yeah, good. Thank you. All right. Let's go. Jonathan, you could put us to the next slide, please. There we go. And we're going to park here. Okay. All right. So now that I drug you down into the day-to-day business and you're all happy that myself and my team get to do this for you, we're going to come back up to governance level. All right. And first off, I want to acknowledge Brick Architecture that work with us on the long-range facility plan, and we've contracted with for our bond program and help in this process. They helped to put these scenarios together with Joel and Dave, and very appreciate their help to help us come up with this idea to present this to you. So we have these other questions up on the board just as ideas we want you to think about, but I want you to think deeper about this and come from this level now back up to governance and think about what are your needs at the board level of governance, student outcome thinking that will help us to drive this process. And I'm happy to answer some questions, but the reality is what I want this to be with our discussion this morning. I want this to be you, the board members, talking to each other, not talking with staff so much. So please, I'm going to try and be quiet over here, and Chair Harnish, if you want to take the lead on this.
Well,
wonderful.
Thank you so much for this exercise. I think it was really helpful. I know I really enjoyed the conversation with our group, and I will reiterate, I am very happy that you get to do all the levels of detail to bring some things back. So really appreciate that, and I want to recognize the hard work that it takes to do that. Board, we're going to move into, as Paul said, our discussion on these, and really want to underscore that this is an opportunity for us to be talking and thinking at that governance level. We've got some great insightful questions here in terms of, some of the indicators. Where did we find those to be more important, or what maybe stood out to us? But I want to keep the conversation at that governance level about what is going to be important to us as we're moving forward. I also want to really exercise our what we committed to earlier in terms of making sure that we have an opportunity to hear from everybody. So I think with that, what I'd like to do is start over here on this, at this end of the room, but I also don't want it to be like this just circle, like you have to go around in order, because that's its own level of stress. But I want to make sure that we have an opportunity here. So I would love to hear from folks, what are some of the indicators that we are thinking that we really need to make sure that we keep top of mind?
Can I just add in one thing before you start?
Absolutely.
So sometimes when it comes to,
Oh, yep.
Thank you. Sometimes when people are concerned about airtime and that kind of thing, it's not just the frequency of the airtime, but it's the length of the airtime. So if we could have a lot of self-awareness around making sure we're kind of being in the same ballpark with each other.
Thank you. This is a play within a play,
That's
where
right.
we're, what we're doing this. So, yeah. Director Parker, would you like to start?
Sure.
Kick us off.
So the question is, what's most important, what I think is most important in the indicators for the schools? Is that the question? Yeah.
Just based
Okay,
on-
I just want to make sure that was the
conversation,
question. To me, it would be educational adequacy and the equity, to make sure that there's adequate, for the adequate, like for special education, ADA, for students, not having a lot of students in wheelchairs and then there's a bunch of stairs. I mean, that was just not going to work out. And then for the making sure that there's available programs for the students based on their needs, like if they had a lot of home ec and stuff, if there was a cooking class, or based on that, to me, that would be the most important, the educational adequacy and the equity part. Thank you.
Thank you. Other reflections or?
I'm going to jump in and say that our group did this exercise before we came back. So before we came back, we were looking at the 7 indicators and kind of saying, like, just top of mind, just like first instinct, which one of these is the most important for each one of us. And it was really hard. Through that, though, there were 2 that the 3 of us seemed to agree on, which were educational adequacy and equity and parity. Those, I think both of, the 3 of us felt really strongly. And then very closely connected, and even through our discussion hearing Paul a little bit, then there was this connection between operation costs and enrollment, recognizing that it's like this is where we have a fiscal responsibility as board members to do what is best with the resources, with the public resources that we have. And so it was hard for us to tease all of those operational and like the money components apart, but so we saw those as closely connected. But just to reiterate, educational adequacy and equity parity were really important.
Can I just, you're doing great, but just to add one thing, don't limit yourself to the indicators. If there's more information that this doesn't answer for you, please throw that out as well.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
I'm trying to keep, I don't know if I'm one of those that has overtaken airtime, so that's why I was like, but that was so perfect. Building equity, just to reiterate, so that is true. So thanks for opening that back up, because financially we're like, well, is that contingent upon a new bond to fix it, to make it equitable, the building, or not? So therefore, that's why enrollment and those things kind of came 1, 2, 3 for us.
Yeah. Excellent. All right. You're making eye contact and, okay. How about?
Say hi, yeah.
Director Tentagiri.
Yeah. In each of this, we listened to Shauna, your presentation. There will be some grief, but what is it in it for my child or my family is another kind of hope that we have to give. It's not enough to say because of all this. So in each of them, focusing on an opportunity for, okay, we are going to also take into consideration the quality of education, that culture that school has, safety, attendance, sense of belonging, and anyway we are measuring all this. So that is really an important piece. Then we can transfer that to a new place or retain it and grow there. So that's one piece under each of them. because it looks as though we are looking at it from our point of view. We are not looking at it from the child and the family's point of view. We were giving a concrete example. We send our children to college in East Coast to study. If we know there's a good college, we'll probably take a few extra jobs. So that is one piece. The second piece is if there is already an staffing available, etc., in a neighboring school, can we grow into can we take this opportunity and flip it and start some kind of magnet elementary school, say for special ed or whatever music program or whatever it is. So in other words, take some good kernel that's happening and then that will be a positive incentive for families who are grieving to say, half a mile this way or a few miles that way, my child will have an exceptional experience, which will be very hard to duplicate and things. So that's one piece. Is what is in it for me is rather than just saying this is all from technical, from the thing. I mean, you can connect the dot and say, your taxes will go up, but those are all stretch of imagination. It's not easily tangible. So that is one piece. And when we evaluate, and maybe it could be a subheading for each of them. There is already an example of safety is also built into it. Like, the park doesn't have a fence, or the child can be run over by a car because it's a blind spot, or you can't supervise the child in that old building. So safety would be another indicator that I would say. Not only from the building, because less than 1 mile, the child has to walk to school. So then we have to think in the morning hours, evening hours, neighborhood safety, all that I would really consider, because we have to think ahead, not just for today.
Great, thank you. So what I'm hearing there is just an additional call out towards safety and the impact, which could be in different indicators.
Not only safety,
Yeah.
if there is a good program with good quality program in the neighborhood school, just like half a mile this way,
Yeah.
can direct them that way.
That's great.
Great.
I just say, under educational adequacy, you have the short summary here. There's 16 indicators underneath that we look at, safety being one of them. And then also transportation and access is looking at those walking routes and the safety of those too. But it's a great input, importance of safety.
Other comments? Yep.
I have some, but I was going to ask if the student advisors wanted to say before I jumped in.
Sure. Student advisors. Thank you for that call out,
Yeah.
Dr. Fuller.
I honestly, mostly what y'all have been saying. I also have similar beliefs. I feel like we can't just come and say enrollment patterns and operation costs are number one. They are very important and they're a major decision factor, but I think educational advocacy and equity parity are probably the top things to look at. But I think I agree with all of these 7 indicators. I think they're all very important.
Thank you. Did you have? Go ahead. Thank you.
Pretty much, as Julie said, I also agree that educational adequacy and equity are the most important because, well, for example, for equity, I feel like it's important since it will help also spare classrooms and stuff. And I just find that's important because it's something that students have, and students are gonna need. Some students need those classrooms to help them, so I just feel like that's one of the important ones.
Great. Thank you. Thank you. And Dr. Richardson, did you have anything? No? Okay. Dr. Fuller?
Yeah, one of the things that, since this announcement has been made a week ago now, I think a lot of people have reached out to me, and their primary concern I share with them is continuity for the students. What is it going to be like for them to go to a new school? These indicators here, I think a lot of continuity, I struggle with that word, is there's a lot of that baked into here. And I really don't, I want to base the decisions on which schools or not, I'm jumping ahead. I want to develop a policy that will point students through this process with as much continuity as possible. And as much, I'm concerned about what if there's a program that will not be offered anymore if the school gets closed down and they go to another elementary. But I think that that's where my heart is with this, is how do we, we know what we want. Do we know what the kids want? Have we asked them what would be important to them in this process as they go through? We moved away from school when I was in 5th grade, and that was devastating to me. New town, new kids, new space, new faces, new routines. And then we moved again. I started my freshman year and then moved to a new school. So I had this conversation with my son. I had 2 freshman years, essentially. But I don't want to get off the topic. I just know that process of going to a new school for any child is really stressful. And it is for the parents, too. So the fiscal responsibility, I love that you brought that up, because we have to do that, too. But continuity and the student and family and staff experience and support through this change is where my focus is going to lie.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. Yes.
Sorry, I hate to be that guy, but I'm going to be that guy. So just some shout outs here. It's hard to build these habits, so I just want to shout out a couple things. First of all, great job with everybody being concise. Also, Chrissy pausing to make sure everyone else had talked first and then coming back to yourself, so well played there. And Mel calling the students in, love that. So just the fact that you're, and getting yourself back on topic, that was that was great. So all of those things are hard to do, and they're hard habits to build, and I know it feels funny to call them out in public like this, but it's just going to make you so much better. So thank you.
Great. Thank you for that.
Go back. Okay. All right, we'll go to the next slide. That was a great conversation. So with that, while we had you go through that exercise because we wanted to hear that from you, we also put together what we were thinking there. And it's gratifying to see that, the site viability framework by itself is not enough. We have this other lens of the things that you brought up there that we will work into the executive limitation. And all the ones we list there, student opportunity on down, equity at a higher level than just facility equity. Those are all things that we will build into the executive limitation when we bring that back to you, considering recommendations, and many other things that you discussed here that on top of that. So very much appreciate that exercise and going through that with us. Next slide, please. And again, just remember as we bring the executive limitation and we talk about closure roles of the board between what the superintendent does. So you certainly have that accountability and setting guardrails for us as we work through this process. Being involved in that community engagement and listening to the community, but that's one where we will be setting up those times and conducting that engagement and making sure, and you helping us to make sure that it is effective. And I just go to the slide. We will stop there. And Shauna, I turn it back to you, please.
Thank you, Paul, and thank you, everyone, so much for letting me just be a guest in this space. I have a couple of just additional reflections to share, but also I don't know how we are on time, so I won't promise questions until we get there. 5 minutes? Okay. Just a couple of things that are coming up for me as I listen to your discussion and hear your reflections. One, this exercise gives you a taste of the very, very complex task ahead. And in seeing that these indicators, when we look at them, it doesn't lead to an easy score to identify schools to recommend for closure. Right? There's no way to wait and say, well, here's this school gets 102 as a score, and this gets a 97, and here's a 38, so there's our choice. Each of these, depending on how they look, with a very complex number of variables, could be weighted differently. Those enrollment patterns in one school while they're declining, if you did move a special program to that school or transportation patterns were changed, well, that outlook would look different. And so all of these indicators they're such a helpful way to know and understand what district leadership will be looking at and taking into consideration, along with all of these other pieces of the puzzle that they have in front of them to then come to you with that recommendation. And hearing some of these comments come out around how do we help families and students look forward to something? You know, I really heard you really deeply, Satya. One of the challenges that we faced was that in our process too, part of what we were looking at is how do we, you know, to Paul's earlier point, consolidation in the immediate actually comes with a lot of expenses. And so there's marginal cost savings, if there is, because you're looking at how do we consolidate resources for the long term, and those cost savings are going to come out over time that lead to growth over the next several years of new ways of thinking about schools, new ways of thinking about programs, bringing back programs or expanding programs. I loved what Olga said around having more students in schools might open up more classes, more electives, or more extracurriculars, and it's going to take time to get there. And one of the really hard things to hold is that you will have to make a decision around closing. The community will be coming with you or not on that decision around closing, or to the best that they can too, because they'll be working through this in their own way without knowing what this can lead to. And so it's that very big challenge of saying, we believe this is good for the long-term benefit of students and the short-term benefit too, but we don't have all the answers right now of what all those benefits are going to be. What we can be dedicated to is that those things that really matter, belonging, equity, accessibility, are core and at the foundation and heart of what we do in this district, and we're going to do everything we can to carry that no matter what school your student is at. And then same with your note, Mel, on that continuity. Something that actually is a benefit of this process is that students, they go together. And so you're not necessarily moving to a school by yourself, a totally new place. Some of your teachers may be there. Some of your friends may be there. And then bringing that back to that policy level of, okay, do we have transfer policies in place that if your boundary was shifted, but all your friends just live across the street over that boundary, do we have some priority transfer opportunities or things like that that let you at that governing level think about how do you preserve that continuity, how do you preserve the magic of schools that are closing, those really important programs, that belonging, equitable approaches, and make sure that those are moving and families can feel that moving even if they don't know the details of what that's going to look like yet. And you're in that challenging space of having to trust and say, we know this is for the better long term, and we can't tell you exactly what those changes will be at this point in time, even if we can dream about them and dream about the possibilities. Something else that came up was, you asked a question, Mel, around how are we learning from students what they want? And the district, there's always room for more information, more input, more feedback on that. And that's something that I'm assuming the district probably does in many ways every single year, is learn from students. I know something our district did over the last few years was ask middle school and high school students what were their most meaningful experiences in elementary school and middle school, to think about what do we preserve or grow for students now. That may fall on you and your team of what are all the ways that you have gathered and learned from students that are shaping this right now as you all continue to look for additional ways to engage the community. Because it is already happening in some ways, but how do you make sure that's transparent and communicated? What are all the surveys that go out to families about what you want and your priorities over the last several years? All of that should be feeding in to those big picture indicators as well. I'll pause in case folks do have questions. Lisa, I'll turn it over to you to facilitate questions, but I'm happy to take questions as part of this too.
I think we probably have time for 2 questions. Director Chandragiri.
When you decided to do the closure, let's say once you announce it, do you kind of find a way for the children and the parents, families to go multiple times, visit the new school building so that they can be desensitized around going there. Because a lot of time it is the fear rather than actual reality.
Yeah.
So do you have anything in your policy or executive limitation which says superintendent shall not fail to have opportunities for desensitizing the children and the families in acclimatizing to the new school?
I'm going to turn it over to Andrea here in a moment. We don't actually have it in our policy, but it is something that our district really prioritized, was looking at how having field trips even before the school year had ended so that students knew where they were going. They also had ceremonies commemorating closures of current schools. And so there were, families stepped forward and they made artifacts for every child in a school that represented their school. They had celebrations that went through and really commemorated this and memorialized. That's right. And having shirts for students of like Sheldon forever, or and as sad and heartbreaking as it is, it also is special. And then there was also students coming together, and if you have students coming to, from multiple schools to a new school, we had 2 middle schools that were combining into a junior high. The students came together and they had a whole process for choosing and voting on mascots, and there was a big reveal where all the students were brought to one school and everybody came away with a shirt with the new mascot. So there are a lot of ways to do that. That falls on operations. And so it's outside of board policy. And at the same time, superintendent is accountable to the board. And so expressing that care and that dedication is important.
Well, actually, now I'm not really sure I need to say anything anymore. But I will. I just want you guys to know that our deputy superintendent, Olga Cobb, is leading. She is already leading the internal team that is meeting with other districts throughout the country that have done these closures to hear these exact stories. And we have heard things about things like closure rituals and field trips and all of the different things that help build the kind of road to a great welcoming experience. We're in a situation where these are all elementary students, so developmentally, we have to just pay attention to the fact that we get it right for kinders, and we get it right for first graders, and we get it right for 5th graders, and they need different things. So this is really just to say this is at the top of our mind. In no way is it off our radar, and it is why we need to respect this timeline.
All
May I
right,
add-
so, go right ahead.
May I add one more thing in terms
Yes.
of continuity? With staff, something that I know our district did, going back to that continuity question, was also ask staff around their priorities or their requests for moves or shifts, because we know that staff may teach any number of grades depending on their certifications or their roles. Priorities around teaching teams that maybe they've been with for a very long time and would hope to stay with, and factor that in to the degree they could. Some of those decisions really come down to union contracts, seniority, and other considerations, but considering staff as part of that process too in really intentional ways is also critical.
So I'm going to acknowledge Student Advisor McMahon, and this will be our final question because I want to give folks a break, and I don't want to shortchange our last topic on our agenda. So, Jolie.
While you were talking, you briefly mentioned surveys. So I was wondering, in the Corvallis School District, did you send surveys to staff and families, and how effective were those? Was there active participation? And those ended, the responses from those surveys, did you actively use those when making decisions on the school closures?
So I'm going to have to go off the best of my memory. I was thinking about, I think there was one of the things that we did primarily after the announcement was made about closing was actually listening sessions that were open to staff, community members, families, students, anybody could come and have conversations at small tables where school board members and district staff were listening and then recording that. So there was feedback gathered in that way. Periodically over the years, there also are multiple surveys that go out, whether to families, to staff, to students. There have been various iterations of focus groups with groups of students, both about things like what was most meaningful in their school experience, and then bringing that back in to really look at, it really goes next into operational, like planning for what does this mean for your experience moving forward. I guess I'm being a little bit vague because there are so many different ways that our district collects information and then thinks about. Some of that came to kind of the behind the scenes long-term planning. Anytime there was something directly tied to feedback from consolidation, it did come back to the board, both in terms of survey responses that anyone could respond to around consolidation. Anytime our board asked for where has the community been involved, superintendent or others bringing back some of those either focus group or survey feedback. We also had an external evaluator take all of the notes from the listening sessions and write them up and summarize them, and that was something that I think the community appreciated, because then you're also not kind of sugarcoating responses or summarizing them too much in terms of like, folks are worried about this, this, and this. She really went through and said, like, here are some really deep criticisms about this plan. Here are some things that folks appreciate about it. Here are some things that they don't like about this process, for us to have that too. So there were lots of different strands of feedback. Also I had students invite me in to come and meet with student government groups or others where board members individually in small groups would go and listen to their concerns, to directly hear and then bring that back to the board and share out as well. So we really tried to look at gathering information in a lot of different ways, because with surveys, I know I've given you a bit of a rambly answer. I think that the one of the surveys that went out just direct around consolidation specifically had something like 240 responses, which is only a small number of voices. So you really have to look at how do we gain feedback in so many different ways, or in every way we can.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for the insightful questions. And Shauna, thank you so much for your time. Yes. Absolutely. No. 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 I'm going to say no. Look at that. Because I really want to make sure that we do have time for a very important discussion on our safety policies. So that sounds great. Thank you. And thank you again, Shauna. This really, truly was very helpful. Just appreciate that you are just a beacon of hope everywhere you go. And I know you outside of just this realm, and you truly are, and you live into that. And I just appreciate your sage advice, and I hope that we can call on you again in the future as we are making our way through this. So thank you.
Absolutely, and thank you again for having me. I really wish you all the best on this journey, and I'm here as a resource and support for you as you navigate what comes next.
Okay. Well, I do want to make sure we have time for a little stretch break. So let's take 7 minutes, and we'll come back at 11:53. All right, welcome back, everybody. Thank you for taking a short break, or taking a shorter break than we had hoped, but the conversation before was incredibly rich. I do want to just pause for a moment and just reflect. Our conversation last time was very not only helpful, but I also felt like we got into a different pattern and a different rhythm, and so I just want to say thank you to everybody for that. I also want to acknowledge that, Director Fuller, I did kind of cut you off at that moment to say no. We don't have time. We need to move on. And I appreciate you understanding that, and it wasn't personal. And I want to make sure that we do also hear your question. So if you have a question, please email that to Ashley. And that would be back to anybody. If there are any lingering thoughts or questions, please email them to Ashley so that we can get those handled and dealt with at the appropriate level. So really appreciate that. All right, so the final agenda item on our topic for today is a first reading on the Executive Limitation 13 on district safety. And I want to appreciate Directors Chandagiri, Directors Hudson, and Parker for helping to queue this up over the last few months, and how that really was the backdrop for creating this executive limitation. So with that, I am going to turn things over to Paul and Chris to walk us through these executive limitation.
Thank you, Chair Harnish. So as we go, we'll bring up the slides. Yeah, it's all me today. And Chris, right? Okay. Go to the next slide, please. So as we go through this, in your packet on your desk, you have the draft language, the first reading there with you, and then we'll walk through the slides, and we're going to go through the 9 elements that we have proposed within the executive limitation. I just want to echo, we appreciate that the board brought this up for discussion over the last several months. It's a very important topic, and part of that realization is a lot of the things, we do a lot of things in safety. We have a great safety program, but we can continually improve. And one thing I think we found through this was that we have no board guidance around safety. And so that's what brought to this proposal of Executive Limitation 13. That's been, I think our ELs have been fairly static in the number we have. And so, but this topic rises to the level of having its own standout executive limitation, which we're bringing forward to you today. Before Chris, I'm going to turn over to him and let him go through all 9 elements. I'll just call out as we look at this, and I'm going to cheat ahead to number 9 a little bit. First off, with all executive limitations, we will do an annual compliance report to you, and so we will bring evidence for all 9 of these items every year to you of how we are complying with this. Also, number 9 is not that compliance report. That is an annual report of safety data, trends, how we're doing in the safety program and actions we're taking that will be for you and for our entire community to let them know the safety and risk management of how we're moving across the school district. All right. With that, I'm going to turn it over to the Director of Safety and Risk, Chris Baldridge.
Good afternoon. No, good afternoon. Thank you, Chair and Directors and Superintendent, for having me today. I'm excited to be here and discuss a topic that obviously is near and dear to me, which is safety. And so I'm terrible for interpreters and I go too fast, so I'm going to, okay, thank you. What I'll do is start my conversation with safety, because I violated a safety rule last Saturday and I ended up with 7 staples in my head. So it's one of those things where we're constantly examining and looking at things that we should do, like listen to your wife and accept her help when she offers it to you to get something down from a high shelf before you drop it on your head and you end up with 7 staples in your head. So the 9 limitations that I believe that we've constructed or offered, I think gives a great look into our safety systems and also gives us an opportunity to examine what we're doing well and where we can improve. So I'd like to start with EL. In the ELs is number 1, which would be on the next slide. I'm going to move this closer so I don't have to do that. So maintain a district-wide system for identifying, assessing, and mitigating safety risks across facilities, transportation, and school-sponsored activities. Super thankful in that about 3 years ago, we invested in a system called Origami Risk, which is a data management system, which actually supports all of these systems where all of that is entered into it. And that system has actually the abilities to examine that risk, see where we're doing well, see where we're not doing well, and what potentially what safety steps we need to take into say slips, trips, and falls, right? So an employee falls down. What are we doing as a district to make sure that our mop buckets are not out and we're not creating, or we have a slick spot or a leaking gutter or something to that effect. So we have the access to that data now, which we'll be able to provide into this report, which I'm super excited about. So there's also an opportunity for us to invest in different modules into this platform as well, should we identify anything where we need to expand that system. If we can go to the next slide, please. Maintaining our current emergency operations plans, crisis response protocols, and threat assessment processes at the district and building levels. Ensure staff are prepared to carry out assigned safety responsibilities through training, drills, and clearly defined roles. First off, I would be remiss if I didn't thank a person publicly, and if you ever get an opportunity to meet him and acknowledge his hard work, I would be very thankful for that. Juan Benavidez is the district's emergency manager. He is one of my hardest workers that I have, and he has taken that piece of the things like emergency operations plans that are in schools, bringing together resources across multiple, like our hospitals, our law enforcement, our fire departments, and bringing all those safety systems into us and creating intergovernmental agreements so that we can share information, so that we can train together. He has been the glue that has bound all of this together. And he works very, very hard to make sure our buildings have things like, he just updated our mapping system. We all have brand new fire maps in our schools when our schools come back, since the facilities team did all the work around the bond that changed our buildings, right? And when we change our buildings, then we need to change our fire maps so our kids and our teachers have the best routes out should there be an emergency. He went through, we had a company come in and remap the district, and then he went and installed all of those maps in all the schools. And there's a lot of maps in the school, just so you know. The work that he's doing behind the scene for us in that space is truly phenomenal. And then, of course, our threat assessment teams. We are blessed in the sense that we created a system that is nationally recognized, and we are looked to for our expertise regularly in this system. We train across our district every year and throughout the year. This is a very active system within Salem-Keizer, and a system that really addresses some high-risk behaviors that students may engage in, and helps them be successful through a multidisciplinary team approach of helping them be successful while they're still here at school with us. So I am super proud to have that team and that system, and be able to lead that system. And yeah, we can go ahead and move on to the next one. Share accessible information with students and families about district safety policies and procedures and resources for reporting unsafe conditions in and outside of school. Let me get to my notes. So we have all of this information available, and when I saw this come through on the executive limitation, I was like, we've got to come up with a method to guide people to where they can find this information out and learn about all of our systems. I'd encourage the board, if you go onto the Salem-Keizer Public Safety Salem-Keizer website, the public-facing one, and just in the search bar, just type in safety, and it'll guide you right to our page, and you'll see every resource that we have to offer around safety sits and lives on that web page. What we need to do is develop a plan that helps us let the public and our parents and everyone know that that's there, so that we use that as our first resource when they need to, if they have a question. And then, of course, the personal human contact into my team, Safety and Risk, if they have a question, or directly into your school, because your schools are often your on-site experts about the safety systems that we have on-site. Maintaining clear process for the timely reporting, documentation, tracking, and communication of significant safety incidents. So there's a lot of buckets in this statement. I'll give you one that we're working on currently right now, and that's the updating of all of our safety policies, so a reading of all of our safety policies. And when I say safety policies, we're looking in two places, not just in risk or in physical security, but we're also starting to dive into some of the school safety systems as well, to include student manuals, and making sure that we have the appropriate language inside of these things so that we're meeting the goals, the overall goals of the incident reporting. We can move on. Next one, please. So 6 and 7 is coordinating with public safety and emergency response agencies as appropriate to support prevention, preparedness, and response. And also maintaining effective relationships with local, state, and federal agencies in the pursuit of safe and welcoming schools. I'm going to talk about 7 before I talk about 6, because what I want the board to know and I want the public to know is that we have excellent relationships with our law enforcement, our firefighters, our hospitals, our mental health systems, DHS, our juvenile justice systems. We interact with every single one of these entities weekly, if not daily, because we're a big system and a lot of things impact us. And it's in our best interest and their best interest that we have good working relationships. The thing that I'm most proud about is that I brought that here. I brought that ability here when I came to this district. And how I brought it is because hopefully I'm likable. And then 2 is I had an 18-and-a-half-year career in law enforcement. I came with relationships. And the thing that scared me when I got here is that if I build all these relationships, are they solely reliant on me being here? Or if I'm gone tomorrow, will they still exist? And I can tell you the thing that I'm most proud of is where I used to always receive the calls at 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. Now it's my team that's getting them. Thank goodness, because I hate getting woke up. But I'll still take them. But it's nice to see the trust that we've built and the information we're able to obtain from like our law enforcement partners so that we can do school effectively the next following day. There's many examples of that I could provide to you. I just want to assure the board that those relationships are sound and we're on top of those. And coordinating with public safety and emergency response agencies as appropriate to support prevention, preparedness, and response. We have several meetings that we do throughout the month, not only internally, where we're discussing safety incidences and things that have occurred either in the community or in schools, and the law enforcement is at those tables. Again, DHS will be at those tables, juvenile justice will be at those tables, and our administrators will be at those tables. So our schools, plus my team, there's several different meetings that we attend as well that we're invited to at the city level, so that they can feed us information of what's happening into the community, so that we can adjust in the schools to help kids be successful. All of those are existing and strong. We attend them regularly, and they're actually very well attended by all the agencies, which is great. And the amount of collaboration that you see inside of there is exceptional. And it's a really cool thing, because I know it can be scary sometimes for folks when they're like, well, the school is collaborating with the police. And it's, yeah, we're collaborating in our lane, okay? People make mistakes. Kids make mistakes. We can accept that because they're coming into our school building. So how do we help you be successful? How do we help you be successful inside of our building? And hopefully, how do we help you be successful when you walk out of our building and you go back into the community? So we each have our lane. We each have our how we address these issues, but we're talking and collaborating so that everyone is safe. You can go to the next slide, please. Use the incident data and other relevant information to identify and assess safety risks, monitor trends, including frequency, severity, and patterns of incidents, implement and track corrective actions to address identified risks and system gaps. Sorry, let me get to my notes here. So all of this is achievable. I'm just going to have to figure out how to do it. So this becomes part of that reporting process, right? This is, I think, by far of the EL is the heaviest lift, because I'll have to figure out largely where all of this stuff lives at, how I'm going to formulate it for you so that, one, that it makes sense and that it's actually doing what we intended to have it do. But I'm confident that I can do that for you. Number 9. Provide the board with an annual report summarizing safety data collected from incidences during the school day on district grounds, key performance metrics, and actions taken to mitigate risks and address identified safety issues. Again, it's kind of ties to number 8 as well, this year-end report. I'm confident that we can produce a high-quality product for you year to year on this.
All right, thank you. And yeah. Picture from Chris's last trip into the mountains there as well. He took that. He's the photographer. Very nice. And, you know, I think he's selling copies if you're interested. Just kidding. All right. And with that, Chair Harnish, back to you for questions.
Thank you very much, and thank you both for the presentation on the executive limitations. So at this point, what I'd like to do is open it up for questions of clarity around what we have heard, and I know you've had a chance to review it before. So again, this is just questions for clarity, and then we'll move into other comments. And Director Parker.
Yes, thank you. I just had a quick question about how often are these emergency plans and protocols being run? How often are the teachers and staff running them, reviewing them?
Thank you for the question. It depends on which one it is, right? So if you're referring to lockdowns or if you're referring to lockdown drills, we do that twice a year. I'm also super excited to tell the board that this year we have completely remapped how we teach lockdowns in school. We're actually teaching it from an instructional model this year, so our kids and our teachers fully understand why they're doing what they're doing, and trying to reduce some of the anxiety around changing their security posture so that they know, like, in a level 1, hey, I'm good. Like, we're still going to school. Yeah, I'm going to stay in this room, and I might have to have an escort to go to the restroom, but I know, because I understand level 1, that it's way far away from my school and I'm safe. So I'm super excited to announce that. But if you go to fire drills every month, emergency operation plans, once per year, they're required to update those, review them with their staff, and then submit them back to us. So there's a lot of buckets in there, and all of them have different timelines. Some of them are guided by our own internal process. Some of them are guided by state statute.
Okay. And so you have kids who don't comply with these drills, say they refuse, like fire drills or something. Is this reported to, is this given to the parents? And is there some kind of like behavioral intervention going on to improve?
I've never heard of a kid, I'm sure we would, but I've never had a school say a kid doesn't go along with the drills.
Doesn't ever? Oh,
Yeah.
that's good.
That hasn't been reported to me anyways. I don't know.
Okay, all right, thank you.
All right. And Director Fuller has a question of clarity.
One thing that I saw in number 9 was provide the board with an annual report. I'm wondering if that is often enough for us to identify trends, or is that would reporting the information, I guess I'm wondering what reporting the information more often would provide us as a board, because I think it's a long time to go a full year before getting a summary. Can you speak to that?
Thank you, Director Fuller. Let me take that question on. So the trend analysis and looking at the data is something that we do throughout the year at our level, right? I mean, we do some of this. We want to enhance it and have more. I think, and this is a governance question there as well, of how often we would come to the board with that stuff. I think, again, if it's one of those things, if we see something severe, that's something that we would bring forward. The superintendent would feel necessary to bring forward to the board. But our sense is that an annual report that summarizes those trends and gives you an idea how we're doing year to year believe is the proper level of governance, but that's your decision as a board, not mine.
I think that I was probably getting to the operations side with that question, but it's helpful to know that this information isn't just being reviewed once a year. You guys are looking at it daily, weekly, hourly almost, and working with it. Okay, that answers my question. Thank you.
Good, thank you. Good. Did you? Yeah.
Sorry. Just very briefly on that topic, I want to make sure that everybody sees one important aspect of that language, which says on school grounds and during school hours. And that means that it intentionally in our recommendation excludes things that matter very much in the lives of students, but we have no visibility into and very limited ability to track. It doesn't mean we don't respond once we know, but those are just not in our naturally occurring data set, and so that's why you see that, that careful language here.
Thank you. Director Richardson.
Thank you. My question is to Chris. Are we including safety trainings for our new employees, professional development, and for our staff's annual professional development, some facets of the safety training?
Yes. So as a new employee, you're going to get multiple exposures, right? So you'll start with our new employee academy, and depending on what your job is you're doing in the district will really guide your path of where it is you're going next, right? So if you're in a specialized classroom or a bus driver or something like that, you're going to get additional training at the Behavioral Training Academy, where we're going to walk you through a myriad of different things on how to navigate students, especially a student in crisis. But if you're one of my team members, you're not going to see a school because you're going to immediately go into field training for an additional 4 to 6 weeks before you even see a school. So we have layers of training built in, and then of course trainings for staff who have been with the district, who using our ATL platform, and then opportunities to come and speak like now when we're coming back to school year. My team is now booked out for I think the next 2 weeks with principals as they sit and talk and remind of safety systems and things that are upcoming and starting to happen. So we've built a pretty robust training program around this stuff.
Do we also have training for our substitutes?
Yes, we do. And I've been working with the director of the substitutes who's guiding that work. It's my wife, on what that training should look like and what those modules should be.
Great, thank you. Any other questions of clarity? Director Chantagiri.
Well, thank you very much, Chair. Thanks, Chris. In the EL, I see that there's a word like will reduce foreseeable risk to safety in the district. I'm so glad that you kind of change the standard, and that way we can start catching it sooner. So the question is, will that system, that is it like the number one, which will where you have a platform which will address you to look into the data? Will that lend itself to identifying sooner before it reaches a threshold that the children get into trouble, end up with discipline, or God forbid, law enforcement problems? I mean, are we able to? And then the second part of the thing is, will there be a mechanism to keep reviewing and revising the policies so that we are able to catch it sooner and sooner over time, so that we are not waiting till it escalates to a point of
Right. Yeah, thank you for that question, and I'll start, and Chris can add on to it. The system will cover some incidents, but when there's discipline issues are handled in the school, that would be at the school level. It won't necessarily go into our system. If we see a trend of growing incidents that go into the safety realm and violence, et cetera, that will flag to us in the system and help us to make assessments for the future there. But I'll let Chris add on that. To your piece about the instructions, we're putting all of our instructions and policies on a 3-year review cycle. Also, if there is changes to law or other needed in between that 3-year cycle, they will be adjusted. But every policy will be looked at every 3 years for update. Chris?
Yeah, thank you. There's actually 2 different systems that we need to talk about with your first question. So the origami platform, and as we move through this work, we'll talk about what these platforms do and give you guys a lot more information. But the origami is a risk platform, right? So it's inputting injuries, it's things that are happening, it's examining your risk, it's giving us bulk numbers and trends and things like that. It's really about property liability and employee liability. But, and I may need one of my colleagues to help me here, but our new student information system absolutely has the ability to see kids, so we can see them almost in the state of where you're saying before they get to a place of difficulty. We can see them. Please.
Yes. Both our student information system and then also our student success platform allow us to be able to look for patterns in student behavior. The scenario you gave, the example you gave, was really about student behavior. And while that may be related to some safety concerns, it's a little bit different than what this particular policy is looking at. The student success platform, one of the things that is really great about it is that it will help us to identify those early warning indicators, to understand where we're starting to see some patterns, whether it's in attendance, minor incidents, so that school staff can be both proactive and responsive on the front end. And then, of course, we're having conversations with our level directors and our safety and risk team around things that have an intersection, specifically around like threat management or information like that.
Thank you. So to move back into the safety bucket there on the origami side, what we worked on over the summer and created was a system that is now examining all of our injuries related to student-caused injuries. And what the system is actually doing is it's actively watching as injuries are being inputted, and it's ready to assign a risk score and start flagging certain systems. So like Chris Moore's system at MTSS, my system in safety and risk, saying, hey, this is a 5, you got a problem here, so we can immediately connect into the school and say, hey, what's going on? We saw you had a really serious injury there. How can we help? And start to bring and mitigate even further, start to bring those down through supports into those schools.
Anybody else? Did you have a question? Student advisor, Arredondo.
Hi, Chris. Good to see you.
You too, Alex.
I was gonna
Alex
ask
is
you.
one of my favorites.
We've worked together before.
Yeah.
I was gonna ask you. I heard like that. Correct me if I'm wrong. So the safety system's gonna be different, like starting in schools in September, like lockdowns and fire drills.
Yeah, so the way they're going to teach it to you is going to be much different. So you know how you basically a drill happens and then you do the steps? We're actually going to take the time and explain to you why it is you're doing what you're doing, right? It's super important. One, you're going to understand why it is you're doing what you're doing, right? And your teacher's going to understand why it is they're doing what they're doing. And what we found where we piloted this at is we actually saw the anxiousness around it, because you guys are going to get to ask questions. You're going to get to not examine policy. It's actually fun. And it's all grade appropriate. So we came up with the idea, and then we leveraged our best asset, which is educators, to help us build curriculum, because we built a curriculum and then they made fun of us because they said, you guys are good at what you do, but you can't build curriculum. So they came alongside us and they helped us. It's really amazing. And I hope that it's a super powerful tool, and I look forward to your feedback on it when you start it this year.
Great. Thank you. Great question. Any other questions for clarity? All right. I'd like to open it up for any comments that people might have. This is time for us to really...
There is a question for clarity. Can
Okay.
I ask? I know, Superintendent, you're working on this grievance part of it, kind of reviewing it, because it ties into all these things. It's not separate, right? So do you mind sharing a little bit more about it so people know how grievance and parents and, especially those who don't speak the language, and they can understand and know what to do?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. The reality of safety is that it's such a big umbrella that at some point almost everything we do belongs underneath it. One of the things that we're working on, and actually our Deputy Superintendent Neves is leading, is reviewing how we handle parent concerns and community concerns and complaints. And what we believe is that there are ways to make that process more clear and streamline it so that parents know that there is a mechanism if they have a concern or a complaint. They know how to use that mechanism, and when they're in it, they have a better understanding of where they are in the process. I will also add on this that it is heavily legislated, and it's legislated across like 4 or 5 different major triggering events. So in foreshadowing a legislative agenda item that we will be bringing to you as a recommendation for a board agenda is going to be working with a sponsor to not in any way minimize or reduce parent reporting, but to streamline it so that they are in a process that's more coherent for them. And I think this is an important part of safety because we do have families who have concerns that don't know how to raise them. We also have families who don't understand how the process is available to them to resolve or otherwise acknowledge the importance of their concerns.
Thank you.
Thank you for that clarity. All right.
I'm waiting for the transition from question to.
I am officially transitioning into conversation and comments.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, it's because mine is at the verge of a question and a request. So I was trying to figure out where does that fall. As I look at the policy and since I kind of look at it like the draft, this first reading that we have, and then I was waiting to hear a little bit more from our team around what falls under the umbrella of safety risk. I see it, and to me, the language here is still somewhat vague and ambiguous. And I hear that we do have systems in place that are tracking some data, and this is where the question component is of wondering why the initial proposal, kind of like the reasoning behind the initial proposal to leave the language vague and on the edge of a recommendation to have more specifics on what it is that we are reporting or that we are requesting. And I think there's a couple of reasons for that. One is that we as a board are clear on what it is that we want to hear, and then as we move forward into the implementation, there's clarity. And then 2, I mean, even as you were saying, Chris, on, we'll figure out how to report this data. It's also, I think, how do we set the team up for success? Like, how do we set each other up for success? So for me, it would be helpful to have a little bit more clarity around what specifically are we talking about when we say safety in this policy.
Okay, thank you.
I wasn't fleeing the room. I am going to refer that over to our safety team.
Yeah. Okay.
Chair, can I just, you said we have to have a conversation amongst each other now? Or they are going to pool all the questions together, you're going to answer?
Yes, I think because Superintendent, I would like the opportunity to sort of engage in that because it did go down a little bit to a question, and then let's move into conversation about it.
I'd say as we looked at the information that came out of the board, we tried to move it to what we thought was the appropriate governance level. And I mean, I think we have some ideas around, when we talk about reporting in the safety realm, it's about those trends, the safety issues, the injuries or violence and crime that we see in the schools, that piece, that would lead to some of this information and the data there. But Chris, I don't know if you want to add anything to that. I'd just say we've put some thought into what that data would be, but it's one of those ones too of I feel as we bring you a report, the hope would be with the board to say, we want more on this, that, you know, you'll see that in the future when we bring that report and be able to say, you know, we want more on this information and help us tailor that report.
Yeah, and I think my thought is more around some of like the bigger buckets, if we could even just name what the buckets are. For example, as you were sharing, Chris, you know, I heard like slips and falls, fire safety, like perhaps that's, you know, building safety. Like, how do we bucket these things into like the MTSS component or the threat assessments? I think if we could just name some of like the 3 primary buckets, and then the data under that, I can see how that might shift over time. But I think it would help us have a sense of what it is that we are looking for. And so, not to be very specific on here, all of the data indicators, but just the general buckets, because there is so much. I mean, I hear that there is just so much that I think we have to have reasonable expectations for us as a board around how much detail we're going to get. But if we can have a general sense of what we're looking at, right? We're looking at kind of the operational safety. We're looking at the, you know, student behavioral safety. That, for me, would be really helpful.
Yeah. Thank you. All right. Did you want to comment?
Sorry. Only to say that this is exactly the kind of feedback that is actionable to us, because while we don't have the answers on the spot, now we know what to work on when we bring you a second draft. And on this one, I want to be specific about 2 things that it intentionally excludes, not because they don't matter, but because we believe that it actually makes the category of this EL more complex than would be manageable. It does not include reporting on exclusionary practices. That's when we have suspensions or expulsions, because that falls more into the category of our approach for managing student discipline. And while there are many elements of psychological safety related to exclusionary practices, this is not about our discipline code. This is about the creating and monitoring and constantly improving the conditions for safety. So that will not be in what we bring you. And then a second thing, just as a reminder, is it won't be events that happen outside of the school day and grounds, and I want to specifically mention cyberbullying. It is a widespread phenomenon, terribly damaging. It also is happening at 1 o'clock at night in houses, and we don't always know. In fact, I would say we don't usually know. There is no way for us to collect reliable data on something that isn't happening inside of our space. Having said that, we always respond when we know. But that is not a reliable data source. When we know is not a reliable data source.
Director Chandagiri.
I really appreciate the effort. This is a good effort at trying to kind of get a handle on this issue, and you know, like a structural issue. But they all kind of bleed into each other. So, you know, and some of them are civil rights data collection. We are anyway reporting, we are collecting, etc. From an average parent point of view, I would like to at least kind of understand, okay, is my child responsible, or is there any behaviors that is really contributing to expulsion, suspension, because eventually that trajectory is going to lead to bigger problems. So that way we can make sure parents and everybody is able to work on that. So going back to what Karina was saying, you know, at least, I mean, I know this EL kind of took this shape. From an average point of view, we may define safety in a different way. I mean, from an organizational point of view, would like to kind of parse it this way. But from parent point of view, today's suspension will lead to tomorrow's expulsion, and tomorrow's expulsion will lead to down the road to criminal justice pathway or not graduating. So at least can we start by having some concrete disciplinary thing, knowing fully well that that is not going to be solved just because we start putting this thing together. Maybe down the road, maybe a year from now, we can start bringing that as a goal, but having some kind of baseline understanding of how discipline spilling over in safety and threat and what it does to the academic outcome or sense of connected or belonging to the school or school climate would be really an important piece. And also, it's a matter of civil rights, respecting the civil rights of that child, and anyway, we have to report it. So that would be a good start. It is not going to cost us much more than what we are already collecting it. Because this EL is essentially putting the pieces of the structure together. We are not even talking about an outcome goal. This is more a process development rather than a goal development. So at least starting there, it'll get the board used to it. Maybe the next year's board can then start defining, here is the outcome numbers we want, or percentage, or having a process, or schools will start using this data as a way to develop their own local root cause or plan to correction. Because what may work in one part of the system may not have to work exactly in that thing. But that would be a little bit more concrete, in my opinion, which will be something the parents also can get familiar with it and say, I need to be paying attention if this child is going into in-school suspension or struggling with a thing. Maybe they will have some mental health assessment or learning disability problem, or there could be something else going on. Somebody is already picking on that kid, and eventually it gets to a point he's acting out. So I think that would be a piece I would add. Knowing fully well that's not yet the goal, but as an EL, you are doing is building the blocks for eventually entering into a result policy. Because this is not yet ready for a result policy, to be honest. It is only a process development. That's how I see it, and I agree with Karina saying something tangible. Let's not start with some abstract definition, because then we'll have to spend a lot of money trying to find a new way to define it and collect it. I don't want anybody to be extra burdened, but at least it starts putting the pieces of the bricks and mortar together, that maybe 2 years or 3 years from now we'll be in a better position to use that baseline and then come up with a quality improvement program or way to work on that. That's my sense of looking at it. It's not because of one did good and one didn't, but it's not anything to do with the staff. People think everybody's following whatever is required. But getting into that systemic approach would be how I would like to see happen.
So
I want to thank Chris and Paul and everybody. Amazing job you guys have done to kind of rope this in. It's like tough rodeo, trying to rope all these pieces together and then trying to make coherent sense.
It's definitely multifaceted for sure. And if I could just sort of paraphrase and maybe bring a little bit together what I'm hearing. But I'm hearing sort of as we're looking at this EL right now, providing a little bit more clarity around what those, use your words, Director Guzman-Ortiz, but the buckets and what they include. And also I think there's some clarity around what it doesn't include as well. And then I think just as an acknowledgement of just the multifacetedness that we're trying to deal with this governance, or excuse me, with this policy, I see it as sort of a Venn diagram in terms of this is this, but it definitely has an impact over here. And so from as we're reviewing reports and as we're having conversations about where are the intersections and where are the things that really tie together or don't tie together around some of that clarity. So that's what I think I heard as part of.
I kind of lost you somewhere.
Well, a need for, I heard a request to provide a little bit more clarity about what the policy is including in terms of the different buckets of safety. And what I heard you say, maybe I misunderstood, was an acknowledgement that safety touches on the discipline policies. It touches on so many different facets. And so how do we, through our conversations, through the data that we're reviewing, make those linkages together?
Yeah. Well, I think as a parent, I'm interested, is my kid behaving well in the classroom and studying well? So if they're not behaving well or getting into trouble and getting suspended, etc. So that's the discipline is an important part of information the parent and the community wants to know. Second thing is it kind of reached a point where it crossed the line and now it is in the threat assessment or, getting into serious trouble. So I think starting there, that doesn't mean we are going to be able to fix it overnight, but maybe a year from now, at least we'll have some baseline. Because we discovered in the last meeting that, with 10 years data, we had to pull it and see where we stand. We are close to 5,000 exclusionary discipline, and we know exclusionary discipline has bad outcome for children. They are more prone to get into more trouble in future. So I think starting there and knowing fully well that let's not put it in the result policy yet, that maybe 2 or 3 years from now that will give us a baseline, and then we can start saying how do we kind of rein in or grapple with this. While Chris and his team are doing at the safety level, maybe next will be at a discipline level, because discipline is entirely under our school district's control. Safety spills over into other agencies. So I think starting with the most serious and then kind of working its way, but we need something like a baseline. Otherwise, we won't have any way of knowing, is it working, is it not working, all the investment, right?
Thank you. Thank you. And I want to acknowledge Director Richardson would like to have a word.
I just want to assure everyone that our parents get notified on every incident that their student is involved in.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. Director Hudson? Okay. Want to hold?
And just to piggyback, and hopefully that'll get revealed in the annual reports if that were what we're all agreeing on are the annual reports. I appreciated your question earlier, Mel, about the frequency of, as we're trying to initiate and develop this EL, to kind of to feel that we're getting enough feedback, knowing our buckets, where our category, what we're supposed to be looking at to be effective for when we're all gone, the long term, so other people have appropriate tools and don't have to try to come back and revisit this. My one note, which I don't know if we're in questions anymore or if we're in comments, whichever it is, I can just say comment. Edu staff. So based on what kind of Cynthia had mentioned earlier about the substitutes, I don't know if there's a law or policy that says that we have to, as a district, accommodate some sort of training, because we talked about the fact that it was 4 to 6 weeks-ish training that they get overall. I understand Edu staff is responsible for their own training, so I'm curious if we've asked to look at what theirs are, that they have, their safety training compared to ours as a district for coming in, and then again, if there's a legal liability that we have against.
Great question.
First, I want to clarify that the different increments of training that Chris was talking about vary across different staff members. So actually, a very small number of our staff get full 4 to 6 weeks. But that's because they are working intensively in conditions that are always either in the center of or adjacent to safety. With our transition to Edu staff, we're continuing to train our substitutes working in our schools exactly as we did before. They're not getting less training. We have a partnership with Edu staff that allows us to ensure that they get the training they need related to our safety protocols.
So thanks for that, because I understood that the substitutes were in all categories, so I think that shares that, yes, we do have special ed substitutes that come in and will come in from Edu staff as well to our district?
They are in licensed and classified categories. We don't, the intensive 4 to 6 weeks of training is in Chris's team. We don't have licensed staff serving in classrooms who are, in subbable positions who are getting 6 weeks of intensive field training before they take on their role.
If I may, I'll clarify just a little bit too. So my counterpart, Chris Moore in MTSS, which I know you guys all know him, so he's actually pulled out teaching cohorts and classified cohorts and sent them through the Behavioral Training Academy for an additional 2 weeks so that we have high-level substitutes, and all of those substitutes transfer, the vast majority of those substitutes transferred over to EduStaff. So we still have the ability to give those who are going into specialized classrooms that additional training as well, and we have that cohort available to us.
Thank you very much. All right, well, in looking at the time, we are out of it. So I'm going to call this comment period or our engagement around this closed for the moment. But if there are more questions or comments, please email them to us so that or to Ashley so we can make sure that we get those addressed. So. With that, I am going to turn it over to the superintendent for just a moment, and then I'll wrap up and close us.
Let's go to the facilitators, and then I'll wrap it up.
Yes, I skipped a step. So we'll turn things over to Erica and Mike.
Thank you, everybody. I just wanted to call out a couple of things, and as we're sitting here and observing you all, the first thing is this is exactly what a first read discussion should look like. So great job, everybody, of engaging, asking questions, and also like already starting to, hey, calling out. We're going to do questions first, and then we're going to do comments or discussions. And it's so easy when, it's so easy to see sometimes how somebody says something, and then it's like, oh wait, that triggered another question. When that happens too, just know like you can always follow up with an email if something else later on comes up, especially when you're short of time, you're trying to wrap up. But great job of actually using a first read for what a first read is. When you get this back again, then it'll have some maybe changes based on your input, and then you can have that conversation on adoption. And I also wanted to call out that even though I know, Satya, you mentioned like this touches other things, one of the hard parts is staying focused on just this one policy. Because yes, it does touch other things, but we don't have the bandwidth currently right now, or even the staff prepared to address the other things that it could touch on. But that, like you mentioned, is something that you can bring up for future as well. And also great job on asking for clarity around grievance, and then giving the opportunity to the superintendent to explain about that. And Karina stating your position, and then seeking more clarity on something that was a really good thing that I wanted to call out. Lastly, I just wanted to give you an opportunity. I know we are at time, but one of the things that we like to do at the end, before I give our time as facilitators, is just asking you a question of reflection, and it's in your packet. But if you can maybe just share a quick insight for today, either what you're taking away or how you're feeling about the work that's coming up. One of those two, just really quickly from each one of you, and then I'll hand it over to Superintendent Castañeda. And maybe we'll start this way so we can.
You wanted an insight on what?
An insight for today, or a quick takeaway of how you're feeling for the upcoming work.
You want to say something?
Oh, no, they're just going to put it on the slides in case somebody wanted to reference it. But yeah, if you want to start, Satya, quick insight.
I think the insight is we had a good meeting, and we were far more candid, the candor. And I love the book you gave me. What's that, conversational capacity, how to have that under high pressure. I read that. I even ordered that. I think that's a good book. Because one thing I noticed, we all want the same thing. But what happens is, for some reason, we tend to avoid, or I heard some word like shy or whatever it is. And then we kind of tend to vote everything in a block, like a 4 or 5, that page. This time, nobody had any hesitation. We all have the amazing skills to have different points of view. We need to, because even identical twins don't think alike. So it's hard to believe how all 4 can vote the same way. So bring out the best you have, ask for clarification. Why do you say this way? Is this how I'm thinking? Because we all have blind spots. And then second thing is we have to demonstrate diversity and inclusion. That's what we did. Diversity of ideas, we included everybody's voice. And that way, that is an important thing. That way community members also feel. that, conservative voice, progressive voice, or whatever you want to call ourselves, but get every idea, like, let's have a big pool of ideas from which we can make good choices. That's what I would like to see moving forward. And this is my last retreat, so I want to say thank you very much. So I appreciate this opportunity. So I'm saying we all are amazing. I love you all. Beautiful group.
Thank you,
Nice
Satya.
people. But be okay. I love the way, Mel, you ask questions and say, this is why I think this way, or whatever it is. I appreciate that. I can learn from all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Cynthia?
So I read the directions and I wrote mine.
Good job.
I am more informed about all of the components and information that will be collected and considered before schools are selected for consolidation and closures. And my second one was, board members have a better understanding of meeting operations and how to make sure their concerns are validated and addressed. And my one word that describes how I'm feeling about the work this upcoming year is, it's achievable.
Good job. Thank you. Alex?
I was like, am I next? I was looking at like, yeah, I think I'm next. A takeaway for me has to be just the work that we did today, like practicing like the fake schools and stuff. I don't know, it gave me practice just to have practice like when we actually start planning and making the decisions. And a word I would say to describe how I'm feeling is just excited.
I would say my takeaway overall is we do better when we commit to sharing our ideas, even if they're not exactly what we think everyone else is saying. Like just jumping in and adding new ideas is really effective, because I feel like we were very productive today and we kept furthering the conversations instead of just dwelling on one thing. And then my word would probably be determined.
Thank you.
Just feeling really grateful for everyone. My takeaway today is that when we lean in with curiosity and respect for one another, we can get a lot done in a small amount of time. And my word would be focused.
Said, yeah, thank you. I can do it. I am super grateful and excited for everyone that's here, but also the next step of the insight of what we're looking at, what the district is looking at for this big task that we have ahead of us. And word for me, that's just probably deep breath. So bless our community. Just a deep breath. Yeah. I know you'll all have.
Two sentences, share a takeaway. I think the timing of today, of this retreat, is perfect as we embark upon a school year that includes not only this difficult decision that we spent a lot of time today building a policy towards, but the other things that are going to happen this year as well. I also think after today, I mean, I've never not thought this, but it is so evident today to everybody who's here in this room and hopefully everybody who's watching how invested and committed the district is to this board having what we need to do a good job. So I really feel like, you did this for us and it's huge, and thank you. Knowing where we've been, where we're at, and where we're going constantly is really, really helpful. And the word that describes how I'm feeling right now is I feel really dedicated to this team.
My takeaway of how complex and so many things into learning about how to close, which schools are good, which ones to close down. Now can you hear me? Okay, that's better. My takeaway is how complex it is trying to decide which schools to close down and everything that goes into it and all the considerations. Another one is safety, how it's so interpreted to everybody has a different version of what's safety to them. And my word of the day would be enthused.
Yes, very good. Thank you.
What's the word?
Enthused is her word. For me, I'm leaving here today, and I'm holding on to the graph that we saw around how we really have to focus on what we want and need our schools to be for children moving forward. Really leaning into the optimism, leaning into what we want to create, and not focusing on just closing for closing. And I'm leaving today just incredibly hopeful for that, because I think we do have the opportunity to really reshape our district and making sure that our kids are getting the absolute best. So I'm going to pause there. Hopeful is definitely my word. And I'm just incredibly grateful. I appreciate everybody showing up with real humility today and really leaning into practicing how we want to conduct ourselves at each and every meeting. And I am also very confident that we will do what we need to do this year to continue the trajectory that we want to see in our community. And I really want to just also acknowledge staff for everything that went into today, coming up with all of not only the activities and helping us really engage with that, but just the thoughtfulness in setting up the conversations and the setup. So, and really want to appreciate Erica and Mike for your contributions and your guidance and your support today. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to you, Superintendent.
Thank you. We are right up in the edge of interpretation, so I'm going to be brief. This year, Chris is going to hand something out for us. This year, we launched our school year, actually this week, with a kickoff. And there are 3 words instead of 1 word for the theme of the year, which is the main thing. And I want to turn it over to our 2 deputy superintendents, who briefly but richly will tell us everyone's role in this.
Thank you all. So, as you all talked about earlier, we know that the main thing is our core work of teaching and learning. It's what's happening in the classroom every day with students and with teachers and other staff who support our students to access and succeed at their education. And so we are telling our staff, and so we're inviting all of you into this as well, to keep the main thing the main thing. We've got a lot of other things we have to know about, engage with, handle, but the main work is what's happening in our classrooms, and that's what's happening with our students every day. And so you now each have one of these to help you keep the main thing the main thing. And I think it connects back to what Chief Operations Officer Odenthal said earlier around focusing on the students who are showing up in our classrooms every day as we make decisions and as we work forward.
And I'll add that we just had Danielle, Andrea, the whole leadership team here. Our hearts are full because we just had 2 incredible days with our leaders in our system, school leaders and department and operations leaders, and we all agreed that the main thing must remain the main thing, and that is, again, like Deputy Superintendent Neves shared, teaching and learning. And it means that we are going to avoid any distractions that are not about what happens in that relationship between a teacher and the kids that are in front of them. We are going to continue building capacity in our instructional leaders in schools so they can provide teachers with rich feedback so that they can do that work really well. We're going to engage our parents so they know exactly what's happening in the classrooms and how to support their students. And we're going to continue just putting things that are important but not the most important kind of on the sidelines, and trust each other and trust you and count on all of you to help us protect instruction this year. So I'll tell you, our leaders left also with a commitment that was loud in that room, that this year that effort will also be focused on accelerating learning, because we know that a year's growth is great, but it won't help some of our students catch up and close the gap. So we are going to go for more than a year's growth for every single one of our students in our district. And it will take a lot of focus and a lot of work and a lot of heart, but we believe that we can do it this year, and we believe that you will be there with us every step of the way. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those words of inspiration for us all. So we're going to keep the main thing. And with that, it is 1:02, and I'm going to adjourn our meeting.